Holy Father, I stretch my hands to thee. No other help I know. If thou withdraw thyself from me, whither shall I go? Holy Father, I stretch my hands to thee. No other help I know. If thou withdraw thyself from me, whither shall I go? Whither shall I go? Oh, child of God, wait patiently. When dark thy path may be, and let thy faith lean trustingly on him who cares for thee. And though the clouds hang drearily upon the brow of night, yet in the morning joy will come and fill my soul with light. child of God, how peacefully He calms thy fears to rest and draws thee upward tenderly, where dwell the pure and blessed. And He who bendeth silently above the gloom of night will take thee home where endless joy shall fill my soul with light.
Alrighty, so I'm summoning Will Freeman this evening. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the research I've been doing on what it is, because, I've been very curious on what it is that turned a guy as smart as Will Freeman from the faith. So anyhow, let me go over let me share my screen here. So we're going to sit here and watch a little bit of this bullshit that Will Freeman bought and let the audience judge for themselves if you want to trust God or you want to trust the interpretations of men. See, this is the beauty of God's word given to all of us, so every single one of us get to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. What up, Numi?
So anyhow, what's going on? What research? What are you up to?
This is the shit that Will Freeman is bought into.
What is this?
The demiurge and the this guy named this old merchant and everything named what is it again? Fucking Don Sion or now I'm fucking drawing a blank at the guy's name that Will talks about.
It's so interesting how these guys will believe anyone and anything except the truth.
You know what I mean? Not gonna listen to that Bible, man. There's always got to be something wrong with that Bible when God's given everybody the same opportunity, total equal footing for every human being. You want to meet God, if you really want to know Him, He promised if you seek Him, you will find Him. If you actually,
you know what it is, man. I think it's because of all these other denominations fucking it all up.
Oh, it's all because of ego shit. That's what it really all is. That's why that very last scene in The Devil's Advocate, when he says, a lawyer with a conscience, Kevin, the world needs to hear your story. And then Kevin, call me in the morning. And Satan's all, vanity, my favorite sin. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
So get on in here.
That's truth in plain sight.
Yeah, let's talk about this. What I've been doing a little research on the demiurge and the whatever that merchant's guy, Marcion. Been doing a little homework, and I'm kind of appalled that you guys would buy this bullshit. You know what I mean? I think this is a bunch of fucking poppycock, and you guys bought it.
Is this guy a rabbi?
I don't know if he is. I don't know if he's a rabbi.
Yeah, he's a rabbi. He's a rabbi. That's not what he mainly does, though. He is actually a scholar.
You can
So,
tell he's a rabbi. He's wearing
well,
the
I mean,
kippah.
a lot of his stuff is interesting information, dude. But I'm just saying. I mean, am I supposed to believe? I think it's just smart to trust God, the person that wrote the law against lying. You know what I mean? I trust him. You know, and he's earned my trust in many ways throughout my life. That's why I mean, this Bible is such a wonderful, wonderful tool to get
But
through this.
Brandon, you totally missed the point, man. This guy is a rabbi.
Yeah,
Okay.
the guy in the video is.
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
did I miss the point?
Is this the guy that you're reviewing?
Cerberus is this the guy that I mean? Does this guy give me the accurate depiction of what you guys believe with the demiurge and the Marcion and all of that? Is this guy what you would consider a reliable authority on the subject?
Oh, I'm not a Gnostic, and Will isn't either, as far as I know.
I know,
Will just knows the stuff, so he brings it up.
but I
But yeah,
mean,
he will be accurate,
So
right?
I don't
He's not
understand. Like
preaching this stuff. He's just going over the
this
material.
guy,
but I'm
this
saying
guy
though
is a
that yeah,
rabbi.
Mimi, just hold on for 1 second because I'm trying to establish a footing here. So, because this is,
Yeah.
I really like Will. I think, I mean, if somehow, if Will's sitting there holding Cerberus in high regard, you know what I mean? This is why I'm like, okay, I gotta, know the whole deal here. So I've been checking out this guy's videos. He actually just showed up in my feed this morning and I was like, wow, okay, cool. So I clicked on it, and I mean, this guy actually sounds like he knows what the fuck he's talking about. Like he's not talking out of the side of his neck. He's actually, researched the actual writings and everything. Would that be correct, Cerberus?
Yeah, that's correct. As far as I'm aware, he's a PhD,
Yeah.
so he does know
He's
what
a
he's talking
highly
about.
intelligent dude, and I do not get the impression he's talking out of the side of his neck. So, but this is where I mean, straight up with God, you you will never see it unless you believe it. If you don't trust the truth, that's the best way to get on God's bad side. Is don't believe him when he tells you something. Just like I'm, me too. I'm the same way. But I'm telling you the truth, and if you don't fucking believe it, then go ahead, get your fucking fingers chopped off, dummy. Go ahead then. You
Yeah,
know what I
gotta be
mean?
careful though, because the Gnostics, which is what he's talking about, the majority of them thought the Bible, or thought the texts were true.
So, but this Marcion guy, okay, like he totally cherry picks the fuck out of the Bible. There's so many books that he totally rejects to get this idea that there's a different God in the New Testament than in the Old Testament, which to somebody that knows their Bible is fucking ridiculous to me. There's no difference whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to understand justice, though.
What kind of, like, Marcion didn't reject the Bible. The Bible didn't exist yet.
I'm talking about he rejected books of the Bible of the New Testament, very many
Yeah,
of them.
yeah, and some of them didn't really exist yet,
Yeah,
like
like
in the
he read
current
the book
form.
of John and rejected the book of John, which
I
is
mean, that's fair if you kept his. What did he have? He
and
didn't have
then
Mark. Was it Matthew or Luke? I forget.
let me I did a whole let me go to my fucking chat GPT again, but anyhow, you see
Anyway, it's
here.
not important. I agree with you. He didn't have all the books that are in the Bible
Anyhow,
currently.
Well, there's a whole bunch of them that he rejected too, though. So that's where let me just find this. Um,
and this is what I mean, Brandon. These guys will believe a rabbi, no problem.
What do you mean believe?
Wait,
well,
you guys listen to whatever this rabbi says, do you not?
He's not saying this is true, and I have listened to him, but I don't believe this stuff anyway.
Okay, so you do
I mean,
you
you don't
believe
believe this stuff.
in the demiurge? Because I thought you mentioned that last night.
No, I didn't bring up the demiurge. I have before,
Oh,
but
okay.
demiurge just means like architect or creator, right? So
Okay,
so
so
so the God of the Bible is a demiurge. It's just the Gnostics add on to that.
I don't know
Yo,
as
what
far
up,
as
Jordan?
so yeah. What up, Jordan? How are you, man?
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, brother.
So, anyways, but
You know what that means, right?
yeah, of course, fuck Joe Biden.
Yeah, exactly. I love you, man.
I am fuck Joe Biden incarnate.
I know. That's why I kept saying it.
So
I
anyway,
started a revolution.
so let me ask you, Cerberus. I mean, when Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," do you think he was kidding around? Or
I'm not even sure he said that, but the Gnostics believe that.
okay, well, I'm telling you, according to my research in the Bible and study of the Bible and the study of prophecy, that's why anybody's going to have a real difficult time convincing me that human beings wrote this book. That's why Christians believe that God Himself is Jesus, who is the author and finisher of our faith. These things are recorded, like God puts things in writing, or for example, carves the 10 Commandments from His own finger in stone, so you can never change it. That's once it's written, it is written. Just like Pontius Pilate said when they were like, "Hey, don't be putting on there King of the Jews. What I've written is written." That's why
I wonder
writing
what
is a,
happened
is
to
a,
those.
a very important technology given to mankind. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just telling you from my perspective, if it's in the preserved word of God, this is precisely what is said so that you have a record of it, so that you can make up your own mind. You know what I mean? You have some source that's going to give you pure truth, facts of the case here, of these events that took place 2,000 years ago. That's why we put everything in writing when it comes to contracts and everything, because so the story can't change. You know what I mean? That's why so we can't have a disagreement later down the road. So this is why it's important that God says, "Not one jot or one tittle from my word. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words will never pass away." So, and He's not this evil God of the Old Testament. Jesus is coming in to present a totally different God. And so, from what I understand, you guys, when Jesus said, "You are of your father, the devil," there's some other translation out there that says, "You are of the father of the devil." And you guys went that direction with it. Is
Did,
that's what I'm, you know, gathering. Am I getting warm?
I don't think the devil is my father, nor am I the father of the devil. No.
No, I'm saying that
That's not what
like
he's saying, you
Yeah,
idiot.
Marcion read some scripture, that he some scriptures that he got a hold of, and he read the part where Jesus says, "You are of your father the devil," and apparently whatever Marcion read was, "You are of the father of the devil." And so now that's where they think that Jesus is presenting a different God when he's talking about his father than the creator, who is this big mean uh you know this big evil God or whatever that created this place as a prison for us. So are
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe, but the Gnostics predate Marcion, so Marcion's not the first one to have that idea.
Right, but do you see why I don't give a shit about the ideas of men? I care about here's what God says. You know what I mean? Here's what was actually said so that you and I know the truth, because God's not going to play games with our soul. I mean, how would it be just to say, rule number one, law number one, you may not have any other gods before me, and then never
Brandon,
reveal it himself to you. So you just got to
Brandon,
feel
why
your
don't
way
you
through the
address
dark.
this guy, man?
Huh?
Why don't you address this guy when you say Jesus said, "I am the truth, I am the way, I am life," and he says, the Gnostic said that. We're like, what? No, it says that in the King James version. You fuckface.
Yeah, Gnostics would just agree.
What do you mean the Gnostics agreed? Okay,
The
do you
Gnostics are very
understand?
pro Jesus.
Where are you getting that? We're showing you the King James version. What book?
Okay,
What Gnostic book do you have up your ass?
we don't really have a full Gnostic text, so
Right.
there's no book.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
The Gnostics.
Yeah. See, Nomi
No, seriously, I
doesn't
just
even.
want to address how the root,
Do you know who the Gnostics are,
right? The
Numi?
root.
So are you talking about like?
These guys don't even know who the Gnostics are. Listen, they don't even have their texts. And this guy blatantly, with no even
No, we have
hesitation, when you tell
texts, but
him
we don't have a book
Jesus said, "I am the
like the
truth, I am
Bible.
way, I am life." Okay, but we actually have a book, fuckface.
Yeah, and
Okay,
they kept a bunch of
so
texts that are
when
in your
we
book.
tell you
Relax, Numi.
what,
All right.
They're
Chill out.
pre-Bible. They're
no,
pre-Bible, but
man,
they have the
listen,
texts that are in your
this
Bible.
is serious, Brandon. You're telling him the foundations of our faith. Jesus is the truth, the way, and he is life itself. And this guy's dismissing it, wiping his ass with it like
I'm not dismissing it.
nothing.
All I
Yeah,
said was the
You know what I
Gnostics
mean?
agreed.
What?
yeah.
The Gnostics don't
Relax.
disagree about
You're
Jesus.
just dismissing it.
The Gnostics disagree about the Father, not
Okay, the
Jesus.
Gnostic, you're trying to.
Okay, Numi. Fuck, man. Pay attention for a second, asshole. You know what I mean? You're holding up the show here. So just relax for a second. We need to establish. You know what I mean? I don't want to misrepresent him like you're doing right now. So that's why I'm
I'm
asking
not
him.
misrepresenting him, man. But
Then why does he keep replying with
Brandon,
the Gnostics would agree with you?
because this guy is dismissing Jesus right in front of your face, man. The
Well,
Gnostics were before Christ.
listen, just chill out, man. This is why I
Okay,
mean
I'm chill.
people
I'm
have
chill.
to people have to understand things in order to believe something. So that's why
He fully
I think it's
understands, man.
important.
He's twisting it.
Man, Numi, you're gonna fucking irritate me tonight, dude. You know what I mean? I'm tired anyway. So anyhow, yeah, this is where I'm just trying to understand exactly what they believe, because this is where I'm like, dude, if you're gonna fucking stake here, if you're gonna roll the dice on this Marcion guy, I would not recommend. That's a ridiculous fucking. That's a terrible bet. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
I
Yeah.
don't think Will believes in like Marcionism. He brings it up as a piece of like Christian history that no one knows about, or Christians don't know about.
I didn't know about him, and I mean, until you guys brought this to my attention, I didn't know about it. That's why I was like, this guy popped up in my feed and everything this morning, and it said something in the title about Marcion, so I clicked on it, and I'm like, man, okay, well, this guy at least seems like a reliable source of the information, so that I can understand what's going on here. And this is where, after listening to a few of his videos, because the first one I watched was about Marcion, then Demiurge Part 1, and then this Demiurge Part 2. And I've got it stuck on the part where, it's going right to what I consider the crux of the matter here is that, this guy Marcion read some twisted fucking scripture and bought that shit and, went off on his own fucking religion that everybody else was like, you're a heretic, dummy. Yeah, so why would you guys want to buy that bullshit?
I don't know. The church liked him for a really long time.
Not according to this dude. They all
Well,
thought he was
he's
a
talking about
heretic.
after they were persecuted, probably. Because something like
Well,
2/3 of Christians were Marcionites at its height.
right. This is why, see, I'm a King James only dude. So that's why, because I believe the inspired text, God promises that he will protect the word of God from all of these religious whack jobs that mishandle scripture and everything. So it's up to him. He's going to handle it, the whole purification and then preservation of his word. So because, when you just make thousands of copies, you're going to have human errors in there. So that's why he promised purification. And then, the preservation part winds up at the King James Bible. It just happens to be the seventh English translation from the Hebrew and the Greek. So into, what I would call a pure language, as Zephaniah 3, 8, and 9 talks about. So, and that's where, I've put the prophecies in the Bible to the test, because I too used to believe this is just a mind control tool, this Bible. That because I, grew up around Mormons and they're off. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are fucking dorky and you do weird shit. That's why, like, I didn't even do well in the Cub Scouts because, I feel weird with all of the ritualistic, ceremonial, and pretending and fucking. It just wasn't me. I liked sports. You know what I mean? So, anyways, but yeah, the big problem with this Marcion cat, the crux of the issue, is this dude read some scripture that says you are of the father of the devil, rather than where Jesus said you are of your father the devil. And that's where Marcion got tripped up and started thinking there's two different gods from the Old Testament compared to the one that Jesus is representing. Like Jesus has a different father than the creator of creation. So it's fucking nuts, dude. I'm just like, what? There's no way. You know what I mean? Why would you guys buy this shit? Versus just, simply trust in Jesus. Let God be true and every man a liar. It's really good advice. It really simplified my life, that's for sure. I will say that.
Cerberus, you believe Jesus is God?
No.
So why not?
All right, that's going to change.
Because I have no evidence for it.
So
I
the
don't even really have
resurrection,
evidence.
would you consider, can we at least entertain the thought? Because, you can point out a lot of guys in history that popped up claiming to be God, but Jesus was very unique in that he had prophecy and miracles to back up his claim. And every time he did a miracle, he would refer to the Old Testament scripture so that you understand what the miracle actually means. So
I just need evidence that the miracles happened.
All right, I'll tell you the evidence. Okay, you know all the religions in the world: Buddhism, Islam, Taoism, all kinds of different religions. Okay, no one, not Muhammad, not Buddha, nobody, okay, ever said, I am the truth, I am the way, I am life itself. Okay, that's proof right there, Cerberix, that there's
I don't even know
something
if
to
Jesus
this.
said it.
Well, that's
Well,
what I'm
this is
saying.
why I'm telling you is that God promised to preserve his word so that you can know exactly what happened. That's what you have to have faith in, that God is a
Yeah,
man of his word.
Well, see, I can't have faith in that because I'm aware of the history of how the texts have been changed.
do you hear what I said? These religions, Buddhism, all these other religions, Taoism,
Hold on.
they're older than Christianity, and no religion ever said, "I am life." Okay, so you take that for whatever it's worth, and you sit there and you contemplate tonight about how stupid you really are for
Fucking
denying
shut
the
up,
truth.
Mimi. Well,
No,
it's,
seriously, these guys think they're too smart, for God.
you are tripping,
I'm telling
woman.
you, man.
Here goes Marilyn on her fucking cuckoo bus. The fuck? I'll say it. I am the way. You are not the way. I'm sorry, my dear. You are not the truth, and I guarantee you are not the life. If you can come over here and give me back some of my puppies that had died, then maybe I'll start buying into this shit. So, anyways, but
I just
I
want
mean,
to
this is
bust a
what
load on her
this
face.
is where we have to have some type of historical record that we can rely on. Otherwise, God is obviously an unjust judge. It is not just for him to say, "You cannot have any other gods before me," and not reveal himself to you. And that's exactly why, he showed all of Israel. There were like 500,000 people standing at the bottom of Mount Sinai that heard God's voice, saw him come down on the mountain, covered in clouds with fire and everything. And then when he spoke, it was like the sound of a mighty trumpet. So all of those Jews went and told Moses, "Tell God to never speak to us again lest he die. You go be the mediator." That's why Moses is a typology of Jesus as the mediator, so that it's giving you a deeper understanding of the function of the Savior. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, this is where y- y- why, thank you, Marilyn. So AI is wonderful. but anyhow, I mean, we that's what I'm trying to get at, though, is that what are you doing, fuckhead? Why do you like to just interrupt and knock the conversation off track like that? I mean, it's fucking annoying when we're talking about some deep shit. Cerberus is a highly intelligent
No, I
guy.
didn't. I didn't mean to. I was laughing at Marilyn because she said handsome, and that got you.
Well, she knows I'd ring that bell, dude. But we got to get over that crazy hump. So, but back to the case at hand, Cerberus. So, because this is a serious matter, and I think this is exactly how Satan takes advantage, or because none of us are as smart as Satan. You do not want to fuck with this guy. He will turn your fucking head into a pretzel. So that's why when you say how the scriptures were corrupted, what I hear is your God of the Bible is a liar.
Well, I said changed. Corruption would be maybe from your point of view.
Okay, but the God that I know from the Bible promised he would purify and preserve his word so that dumb little old me has something I can absolutely rely on, some source of pure truth rather than ideas of fellow dumb fucks. You know what I'm saying?
But I understand. Yeah, I understand your viewpoint. Yeah.
Yeah, that all Satan needs to accomplish is that you don't get born again, and you will remain his property, and you will go where he's going, and God doesn't want that. So why would you fucking roll the dice on what these philosophers and shit said that claim that the scriptures got corrupted when God promised, nope, That's never going to happen. So
Well,
am I going to believe them or am I going to believe God?
well, if we look at earlier versions of text and they're different, and it's just the texts right there in front of you, you
Well,
don't really
okay,
have to believe the scholars. You can just read the text.
okay, show me what you mean. Like, I'll let you share your screen. You show me what you mean as far as let me just
Mm.
read the whatever text, and I'll see if I trust it more than the Word of God.
Well, this would have been the word of God when it was written. Yeah,
Oh,
the
let
big
me put
one.
it like this. Check this
Mm.
out. Okay, so all of the Jewish people who were sitting at the bottom of Mount Sinai and saw God and heard God, like 500,000 people. And God even tells them, orders them, and even in the Ark of the Covenant is the scriptures. When we finally get to open up the Ark and look inside of it, we're going to see Aaron's rod, the tablets of the Ten Commandments, and um, um, fuck, what else? Dude, I'm drawing a blank at the moment. Aaron's rod, the tablets of the Ten Commandments, and fuck. Help me out, Amicus. What is the other? There's three things that are in the ark. Hold on. Let me just do this. KJV, three items in the Ark of the Covenant. Aaron's rod all budded, so it's going to have like leaves on it with fucking popping out some almonds. And the pot of manna. There will be a pot of manna, the tablets of the covenant. You saw the like the Ten Commandments and Aaron's rod. So and then God said, "I'm going to put." Moses said, "I'm putting these in the covenant to testify against you that God already told you that you guys were going to do this shit." So, like for example, you would obviously want me to write down on a piece of paper if I told you pick a number between 1 and 20. In order for me to prove, what I'm saying, I would have to write it down on something so that I would be able to prove to you that's the number that I picked. Otherwise, it would just be, you know, um, just some arbitrary number. Then I can, nope, you're wrong. Nope, you're wrong. Nope, you didn't get it. You know what I mean? That's why it would have to be written down so we know that you called your shot. You know what I'm saying? Did that make any sense?
Oh, I was listening, but I'm trying to find the one. There's two big things, but there's one that I wanted to show you. It's Deuteronomy 32. I'm
So
trying to find an English
let me,
translation
yeah,
of the old.
let me
Go
just
ahead.
throw this idea at you. All right, as far as like because this is what I'm saying. Like the last scene on the Devil's Advocate when he's like, the devil sitting there, Kevin, a lawyer with a conscience, he shapeshifts into that other dude, the little reporter dude. Kevin, a reporter with a conscience, the world needs to hear this story. And then Kevin turns and says, call me in the morning. And then he shifts back into Al Pacino and he's all, vanity, my favorite sin. Ha ha ha. So, this is where, highly intelligent people get get uh, get a little puffed up, and then you think you're smarter than these stupid little Christians that believe this dumb old Bible because somehow how the scriptures were corrupted or whatever. When God Himself, who cannot lie, promised that that's never gonna fucking happen, pal. All of the stars will fall out of heaven. The Milky Way will float off into wherever, and the whole universe will turn to chaos before that ever fucking happens. And yet you guys want to believe, these stupid Christians believe in this corrupt Bible and stuff. You know what I mean? And that's where I think you guys are getting played. because he's a cunning motherfucker. And he's played me through my ego. And I may not have been a book smart kid, but I was always a street smart kid. So, you know what I mean? I used to hustle all of the fucking smart kids at my school daily because they weren't street smart. They were book smart. There's a difference. So, and I don't want anybody going to hell or being deceived. That's why I wish we could, all get on the fucking same page here. You know what I mean? Jesus wasn't playing, and this ain't a game. This is your eternity at stake. So let's, make sure we're not making stupid bets when it comes to our, little old life here. That's all I'm saying. Psalms 19:6 for the win. Let's see, what has he got? Psalms 19:6. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it. And there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. I don't know how that gets us on the win, but anyhow, thanks for trying. But yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, at this point, I'm, for Will Freeman, dude, I feel like you're making a silly mistake buying into this idea that somehow the scriptures got corrupted and God's a big liar. You know what I mean? If these scriptures have been corrupted, I'll walk away from the Christian faith right now and deny Jesus Christ right now. You know what I mean? But you guys got a lot of work to do.
Wait, all it takes is one change.
Well, hey, I will go where the truth leads me. So show me what it is that changed your mind from placing your bets on this old King James Bible versus whoever wrote what that you don't even know the true source of where it came from. Because, and I want you to keep in mind, the Bible talks about this very powerful religious organization that poses and calls themselves Christians when they most certainly are not. And they hate the Bible because they want their little organization and the leader of their organization to be the authority, to have spiritual authority over you. So, I mean, is it possible that maybe they would want to destroy any evidence of, the Bible being true, and then also, plant pieces of evidence that will lead people astray? You know what I mean? Because the Bible does claim that's exactly what they fucking do. But yet we're going to believe hey, some guy found some other older and better scripture. Just like how the Catholic Church claimed that the Sinaiticus were older and better scriptures. And then if you look up the Simonides affair, Simonides was a Greek scholar who had no intention of fooling anybody, but he's the one that wrote all of those Sinaiticus scriptures that are supposed to be older and better. And he wrote them for his uncle that was like a monk or something at that ministry. I just washed my tongue and can't do a damn thing with it. So anyhow, yeah, this is where they're not older and better scriptures. They were made by a guy that was still alive that when these motherfuckers found them, and yet the Catholic Church launched a complete smear campaign against the guy and pretty much like tried to destroy his career. So, that's why people should look up the Simonides affair. Yeah, the Catholic Church is the most powerful organization on the fucking planet, dude. So you can't trust we just found some new scrolls that make the King James Bible lie. I'm telling you right now, it's a scam.
Hey, well, these scrolls are not new. They weren't made by anyone we're aware of. some of them are dated as far back as 3 BC, and the rest of them are up to the 1st century AD.
Right.
Right, so these are the oldest versions of these books that we have.
Okay.
Okay, the important part is I'm going to go to here is Deuteronomy 32. You can go from like 8 to 10 is like the main difference. You want me to read it?
Deuteronomy 32. Okay.
Because you have the King James up there.
Yep.
Okay, here are the oldest version we have. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the children of men, he set the bounds of the peoples according to the number of the children of God. That's the first big difference, because the children of God is very different from the children of Israel.
Yep. I would say that's a big difference. Sure.
And then we go down to 9. For Yahweh's portion, keep in mind they're saying Yahweh, not the Most High. They're keeping them separate characters. For Yahweh's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. So the only people that is Yahweh's God, or the only people that have Yahweh as their God in this text are the Jews.
Correct. That's why I'm telling you, you have to get adopted into Israel in order to be a child of God. So that's why the covenant is all of the covenants, promises, inheritance only apply to Israel. That does not apply to any other fucking nation on the planet. Every other nation on the planet's going to go bye-bye.
Now, see, I could follow you with that interpretation, except for in this text, they're keeping Yahweh, who you would call the Father and maybe the Lord, right? He is not the Most High in this early text. He's below the Most High.
Who is?
Yahweh.
Yahweh is below the Most High in this text that we're reading right now.
Not on your screen, but I'm reading from the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay, from the Dead Sea Scrolls. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Dead Sea Scrolls, those were the Essene. The Essene are the ones that hid all of those scrolls in those caves.
And some people say that, but
well,
there's no evidence of that.
Well, I'm just telling you, yes, there is. They were totally like the fucking Jehovah's Witnesses of the Old Testament. That's exactly what they were. They totally corrupted the scripture to fit their fucking doctrine. I'm telling you right now.
Then how do we have texts in the Dead Sea Scrolls that aren't Essene?
What do you mean you have text from the Dead Sea Scrolls that are not Essene?
Yeah, the majority of the text in the Dead Sea Scrolls are after the Essenes are destroyed.
Let's go like this here. Let me just
share.
Right. They go all the way up through the 1st century.
Hold on.
Sir Bricks has been playing this for like
10 Who years. Is the Essene? Are they responsible for the Dead Sea Scrolls? Oh, okay, yeah. The Essenes were a Jewish religious group that lived during the Second Temple period, roughly 2nd century BC to the 1st century AD. They were contemporaries of the Pharisees and Sadducees, although they are never mentioned by name in the New Testament. Who were the Essenes? Most of what we know about them comes from ancient writers such as Josephus, Philo of Alexandria, and Pliny the Elder. They describe the Essene as living in disciplined communities, devoting themselves to studying the scriptures, practicing ritual washings, sharing possessions communally, living very simply, some groups remaining celibate, while others permitted marriage. Did the Essenes write the Dead Scrolls? I never said they wrote them. The honest answer is we don't know for certain. The traditional and still widely held view is that the Essene community at the Qumran copied and preserved many of the Dead Sea Scrolls. This view is based on the proximity of the scroll caves to the Qumran settlement, ancient descriptions of the Essenes living near the Dead Sea, similarities between the community rules in some scrolls and ancient descriptions of the Essenes. However, other scholars have proposed different theories, including that the scrolls came from the libraries in Jerusalem and were hidden near the Dead Sea during the Roman invasion. Multiple Jewish groups contributed to the collection. Qumran may have been a fortress, estate, or a pottery center rather than an Essene monastery. What are the Dead Sea Scrolls? Discovered between 1947 and 1956, the Dead Sea Scrolls include copies of nearly every Old Testament. The Book of Esther is the notable exception among the discoveries. Biblical commentaries, hymns, community rules. See, and I'm pretty sure, like Wes Huff tied the I don't know if it was Wes Huff or not. Hold on. He used the community rules is what tied the Essene to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Anyways,
The problem with West Huff is every Jewish community had community rules, and they were all very similar.
yeah, but I'm just saying though that lots of people like to twist the word of God to fit their doctrine. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
like
saying?
this guy.
Instead of allowing the scriptures to correct your doctrine. That's what the scriptures are for. You know what I mean? That's why all scripture is given by inspiration of God for correction, for reproof. You know what I mean? So, I mean, this is why, again, if God didn't preserve his word, then, I mean, then it's all a big fucking joke, man. That's what I have to have faith in, that God is a man of his word.
Well, these
So
guys make a
far,
joke out of it.
yeah, and so far it's worked out real good for me that he took a fucking schmuck from Salt Lake City, Utah, and now I can run fucking circles around these rabbis on what is written and what it actually means. You know what I'm saying? Like it does. If you don't have a preserved copy of the contract, it cannot be enforced in law. That's another reason why God says he exalts his word above his name, because it's a covenant, it's a contract. And if we don't have the fucking pure and preserved actual original contract in a language that we can read that removes ambiguity, you know what I mean? Then God's not just, and I'll just fucking walk away from this deal and go fucking back to my, old life.
Well, I would say there's plenty of ambiguity, but I don't think that's a good reason for you to just throw away your faith.
Well, I'm just saying though, but there's not ambiguity. That's exactly my claim. Is the King James Bible, written in modern English, removes all ambiguity. That's why I get pissed off when Christians go back to the Hebrew and Greek when you don't fucking speak Hebrew and Greek, and you read some corrupt fucking dictionary that gives you the wrong definition for a word, and then your dumbass thinks you fucking know something now.
Yeah, he just did that, Brandon. He said he's reading the Dead Sea Scrolls. No, he's
I'm
not.
not. I'm talking about even other fucking King James Bible believing Christians and stuff that go back to the Hebrew and Greek and get all fucked up because they don't even realize that these lexicons and concordances are corrupt. That's because God promised he would preserve his word, not history books, not dictionaries, none of that shit. The contract will be preserved because that's what you're going to be held to.
Wait,
So sorry.
wait, you? Oh no, that's fine. So you believe that, but you believe in the King James? Because the King James uses predominantly the Masoretic text.
Correct.
Masoretic.
The Masoretic text is the correct Old Testament text.
You think so?
I do. Absolutely. I think that's exactly why I believe, because the scripture says in Proverbs 30, is it Proverbs 30? that let me just double check that God, guides the king like a river. Hold on, let me go to Proverbs 30. Now, every word of God is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. That's a good one. You know what I mean? Because if that's the best way to piss God off, is don't believe him when he tells you something. When he's the truth, it's impossible for him to lie. So that's why he gets pissed off when you don't believe him and declares, if you still have a wicked heart of unbelief, you're gonna walk around blind. Listening to these fucking philosophers and shit that are just as dumb as you are. You know what I mean? None of these guys are any more smart than you.
Oh no, well, I'm just surprised because the Septuagint originates, from before Jesus. And
Okay, well,
the Masoretic text wasn't finished until the 10th century AD.
So now hold on. See, because you hear that bullshit all of the time running out of the fucking mouths of dumbasses. Jesus even quoted the Septuagint. Did he? When do we really know when the Septuagint popped up on the scene, or we just?
I don't know if he quote. I didn't say he quoted from it. I don't know what version he would quote from.
Well, I'm just telling you that Christians say that all the time, that Jesus quoted the Septuagint. Really? Are you sure about that, or is that just what you were told?
I don't. I think if he was real, I don't think so, because the Septuagint was predominantly for the Greek-speaking Jews, not the Jews in the Middle East.
Okay,
right.
This is a quick little 2-minute intro to the problem of the Septuagint. Okay, and I don't know if you know who David Daniels is, but he now runs Chick Publications, which is like one of the largest publishers on the planet because of all of the Chick Chat tracks and stuff that they print. And so, anyhow, David Daniels has been through all the scholarly fucking seminars and all of that shit and realized how badly he'd been lied to. And so now this is why he truly goes and investigates this shit with all of the time and resources that he has. So he's a reliable person that's going to give you an honest assessment of what's really going on here. He doesn't, he has no agenda other than, what is the truth? Because he went through cemetery class and all that shit and got, knows Greek and Hebrew and all of that. And even he knows the scam. So anyway.
It's been going on quietly, but all around us, leaders have been trying to get us to trust the Septuagint, a Greek Old Testament. Some tell you Jesus and the apostles read it and quoted it, so you should too.
And just so you know, because all of the Christians always said, Jesus quoted the Septuagint. I bought that bullshit too, and I thought I had a real fucking awesome argument to prove that, well, the Septuagint was produced 200 years before Christ was even born, so we know all of the Old Testament scriptures were already preserved. And I found out I was wrong after listening to what David Daniels found out. So there went my big old badass argument down the tubes.
Well, the dating's correct. It was written around 200 something.
Well, you're about to find out.
Compiled.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're about to find out that ain't true, bro. That's what I used to believe too. But it's not.
I just go with the scholars on this one. We can listen to the Chick Track guy.
Okay, well, you want to trust the scholars that we've proved. Like if you watch the documentary "No Intelligence Allowed" by Ben Stein, you can see the agenda of our quote unquote education system. I have a huge problem with our education system. What
The
if you
scholars
read
doing
the
the research really aren't part of the education system.
Okay, well, I'm trying to tell you that our entire education system is Catholic controlled.
Oh, well,
You
even
want
if it is, that wouldn't matter to this.
It would matter for this. So you're about to find out the Septuagint ain't no motherfucking 200 BC. And that's the truth. That's the facts. So if you want to actually research it, rather than, just continue to cling on to a false position so that you can feel superior to these dumb Christians, then best of luck. I don't
Well,
think
I just need evidence.
Okay, well, let's go.
Did you know that every missionary Bible translation under the United Bible Societies, Wycliffe Bible Translators, SIL, and many others, was made with the requirement that the translators must add the Apocrypha if the people request it? Well, the Apocrypha didn't come from the Hebrew Bible. It came from the Septuagint, from Alexandria, Egypt. But did you know it contains writings in favor of praying for the dead, purgatory, committing suicide, an angel of God, lying, sorcery, and magic? How could Jesus quote something that contradicts other scripture? The Septuagint was also used as the basis for the Roman Catholic Bible, the Roman Catholic Latin Vulgate from 405 AD to 1970 in English in the Douay Rheims as well. Should we abandon the Hebrew Masoretic text so carefully preserved by scribes and read the Septuagint instead? Or is there something wrong with this whole push? What is the proof that the Septuagint was written before Christ anyway? It turns out that it's just one letter called the letter of Aristeas. Is that letter real or fake? And is there any other evidence to tell us? Examine the best evidence yourself for a BC Septuagint, one that existed before Christ, in this 5-part series. Let's see where the evidence takes us. God bless you.
What do you think, Cerberus? Should we go where the evidence takes us?
Do you hold yourself back when you meet people and become this?
Do you dare?
Do I dare?
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to include like Philo of Alexandria and Joseph
Sure.
talking about the Septuagint way before that. I want to bet he does it.
Okay, how much you want to bet?
I don't. I'm like vowed.
I've
to not
already
literally
watched
bet.
this, so you'd be taking
does
a
he?
sucker's bet.
Does he include the Koine Greek used, being 3rd century Koine Greek? The kind that's in Egypt at the time of the 3rd century BC.
Yep.
Dude, you're such a nerd.
Well, it's a bunch of evidence that he didn't mention there.
Dude, you're gonna look for.
He said there was one evidence.
All we did was watch his quick little intro to the topics, and now I'm asking you: do you want to go where the evidence leads, or not?
Sure, but when he says one evidence, is he lying? Is that what you're saying? That there's actually more?
He's about to prove to you that it was not produced 200 years BC.
Okay, but he said there was only he said there was only one evidence that it existed before
the
Jesus.
letter of Aramaeus. Yeah,
and there are other evidences than that.
Okay, well let's see. You tell me to stop the tape whenever something sounds out of tune. Okay.
Well, if he doesn't include those, then it's just not going to be in there.
Well, let's find out. You know what I mean?
Let's go.
Yeah. Is it playing?
Search my heart and pray to God that I would be objective. You already know from Vlog 131 that after 18 years, I was convinced that my amillennial end time views were wrong. And you know from Vlog 149 that I believed Tischendorf was telling the truth for 30 years before finding out he was a liar. I am still going to have to change the next printing of some of my books because of all this. So you know, I was serious when I told God, please show me the truth. Was there a BC Septuagint? You see, lots of people through the ages have claimed that Jesus read the Septuagint, a Greek Old Testament, and his apostles did as well. They say that if Jesus and the apostles trusted the Septuagint, then so should we. But the Septuagint also includes the Apocrypha, where we find writings in favor of praying or paying for the dead, purgatory, committing suicide, an angel of God lying, sorcery, and magic. I'll tell you more about that in another vlog. You can also read some of it in chapter 15 of Why They Changed the Bible. Also, the Greek Septuagint is the basis for the Roman Catholic Latin Vulgate. So actually, this is a very important question. If I was wrong, it would just be one more change in a world of changes. I promised God I would change whenever I was proved wrong. That's why I've stood for the KJV for the last 17 years, against my formal training in Bible, college, seminary, and SIL. So let's deal with the issue squarely. Is there proof of a BC Septuagint? Now, I've about finished double checking my research, maybe triple checking. What is the best evidence for a BC Septuagint? And is it a mountain of evidence or a molehill? You may want to press pause right now and put on the subtitles, because here we go. Hi, I'm David Daniels from Chick Publications. First, I had to find the best evidence. You can find a lot of Septuagints around. The main two are here in my hand, Lancelot Brenton's Septuagint from 1851, based, he supposed, upon the Vaticanus and Alexandrinus. The other is the Ralph's Hanhart Septuaginta from 1935 and updated in 2006, based upon the blending of Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, and Alexandrinus. It also claimed to have some readings from the Hexapla, the 6 Old Testaments and columns done by Origen in the 230s to 240s AD. That's all fine, but none of that is BC. All of that is AD. Only one document claims to tell the full story of the creation of the Septuagint. It's called the Letter of Aristeas. There are two main English translations of the whole Letter of Aristeas. R.H. Charles from 1913 and Henry St. John Thackeray from Cambridge in 1903. Thackeray also made a 1917 book, The Letter of Aristeas, translated with an appendix of ancient evidence on the origin of the Septuagint. That sounds like best evidence to me. So let's start there. I've wondered for years if there was anything else available to testify to this BC Septuagint. I and probably you have assumed so much for so long. It's like when you go to any class, from elementary school to college, the teacher says, "When did the dinosaurs roam the earth?" And they'll say, "Millions of years ago." It's rote memory. It doesn't mean it's true. Everybody just assumes it is. It was the same in Bible college. The teacher could ask, "When was the Septuagint written?" And we'd say, 285 BC. My wife Deborah remembers it. You probably do too, if you went to Bible college or had one of those scholarly Sunday school teachers. Again, we assumed it was true. It just doesn't mean that it was. Nobody actually checked it. So let's do that now. But let's save the actual Letter of Aristeas for afterward. Let's talk about the other supposed testimonies for a BC Septuagint first. This comes from Thackeray's appendix entitled The Evidence of Some Ancient Jewish and Christian Writers on the origin of the Septuagint version. First are the rabbinic Jewish writings. Witness number 1 is the Megillat Ta'anith, the Roll of Fasting, written between 41 to 70 AD, 3 centuries after the supposed Septuagint, during the revolution of the Zealots. It says, on the 8th or 7th day of Tebeth, December, January, the law was written in Greek. Or it could simply mean they put the Hebrew into Greek characters. In the days of King Ptolemy, and the darkness, like in Exodus 10:21, came upon the world for 3 days. That's an interesting quote.
All right, sorry about that. I had to go feed the dogs real quick. Did you tell me to stop the tape anywhere, Cerberus?
Oh no, I'm not even sure what he's showing right now as I would consider evidence of an early date. I'm trying to think back because I've read this before that he's talking about, but
okay. Well, I'm just keep on I'm just telling you, man. This guy has no motive to bullshit us. So I would be real surprised if he's just here to pitch something. You know what I mean? What's up, Mr. Freeman?
Good evening, gentlemen.
How are you, sir?
I won't complain, and you don't want to hear that shit anyway.
Good evening, gentle.
You are correct, sir. You are correct. Anyhow.
Brandon, I would never assume that someone doesn't have a motivation to deceive just right off the rip, regardless of what side they were representing.
Sure. No, I think I have fairly good discernment. You know what I mean? That's one thing as far as like in the oil business. If you can't discern very quickly if whether this guy that you're on the phone with is your boy, what we call, that's my boy, that, because it takes a certain type of like psychological profile to invest in oil deals. Because,
I've heard a lot of people say that they have discernment. What I've not heard is people say, I don't have discernment. So why is it that everyone claims to have discernment, but no one will acknowledge when they don't?
Oh, well, I'm not saying that I can't be wrong. That's why
I'm not asking about you. I'm asking in general, what makes your claim to have discernment something recognizable amidst the sea of people who claim to have it and don't?
Well, I had a particular profession that was totally feast or famine. And, that is the main thing that you need, or you won't make a penny in the oil business. You know what I mean? Like selling oil deals is the hardest sell on the planet. With, it's up there with selling private jets.
Or selling Christianity to Cerberus.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to sell some truth. You know what I mean?
That's what you believe it is, and I recognize that your faith is strong in it. I just want to know if the evidence matches the strength of your faith.
Word. Okay, that's fair enough. Oh shit! Hold on.
By the way, if you do have evidence that there are scholars and stuff that are dishonest, I wonder what that leaves you with ways to verify that data, the information about this data is correct.
Right.
That's why I'm saying, as far as this guy, he's the one that runs Chick Tracks.
No, I get that, but if you rule out all scholars because there's some educational conspiracy, how do you verify any claim? What method do you use if there's no scholarship?
Right.
Well, I mean, as far as like, I do agree that there is, some scholarship and that people are genuine with the information that they've been provided. But this is where I'm saying, if like, for example, if you read the Concordat agreement, what now?
I'm taking it's an article of faith.
No. The Concordat agreement was, the agreement that the Catholic Church had with Hitler and with Mussolini. And I mean, it sure stood out to me that they sure are highly concerned with the education of the children. That's their main objective. That's why they gave a lot of money to Hitler and Mussolini's cause.
I'm not saying that I love the education system. My point is that without any official way to verify, anyone trained to verify information, we just have to take it on faith that these other people that are not scholars that are giving us their educated or uneducated opinion are correct.
Well,
Yeah.
David Daniels, for example, though, this gentleman here, he fuck, man. Hold on.
William.
Numi, you don't have anything to say to me. Save your
Trying
breath.
to break my fucking fan just fucking
I
broke.
see.
No, take your
that
time, man.
sucks.
So, but anyhow, he actually got a hold of Desiderius Erasmus's journal, and he paid a lot of money for it, and also took all of the time to be able to translate it, because David Daniels, he went to a lot of seminary and all of that stuff. Was top of his class, spoke Hebrew and Greek fluently. So, I mean, he was serious about the Bible, but, this is where he realized, even in Bible college or whatever, that they had nothing good to say about the King James Bible. So it sure does seem like we see a pattern of everybody going to cemetery class coming out saying the King James Bible's the worst of all.
Well, yeah, they don't use the King James, I don't think, at all in seminary, except as an example of what scholarship isn't.
Well, that's exactly what the fucking Jesuits wanted, and they got it.
But how do we determine I mean, sure, okay, let's just say that there's bias against the King James. That still doesn't mean that the King James is correct. I want to know, because look, you can tell me about translations all day, but I don't think the Jews were telling the truth.
Well, the Jews didn't even recognize their own Messiah, so that's where.
No, I mean in the Old Testament. And obviously, they'd be the ones to recognize the Messiah that fulfilled the prophecies of their prophets.
But they didn't, though. What are you talking about? That's
because
exactly
Jesus didn't fulfill any of their prophecies.
He sure did, dude.
Give me your favorite.
Of course, Daniel chapter 9.
You think that Jesus fulfilled Daniel chapter 9?
I have to the motherfucking day, homie. Okay,
so for him to fulfill Daniel chapter 9, and be the Messiah, he would have to fulfill all the other messianic prophecies, right?
He show me one he didn't.
No, I'm saying that there are none that he did.
You're saying there are none that he did.
Right. For Daniel 9 to be correct, it forecasts the coming of the Messiah. And just because Jesus happened or was reported to be born around that time doesn't mean that Jesus fulfills the necessary elements to be the Messiah.
Okay, Will, I'm all about truth, and I'm not gonna sit here and try to sell you some bullshit. Cool. Okay, but this is the fact of what I studied for myself and found out that in Daniel chapter 9 with the 70 weeks of Daniel, when Gabriel comes and tells Daniel, from the day that you hear the decree made to rebuild Jerusalem until the day that who this person that is the Messiah will be revealed, because he will come through the gates of this new built Jerusalem, riding on an ass, being hailed as Messiah, and then 3 days later gets cut off, killed for the sin of the world. So
what did Jesus actually do while he was here?
What do you mean? What did he actually do?
While he was here on earth, which of the prophecies did he fulfill that would classify him as the Messiah to meet Daniel 9's criteria?
So what's celebrated now as Palm Sunday is...
So he rode a donkey through the gate.
Being hailed as Messiah. All of the Jewish people would hail him as Messiah. You know what I mean? They believed he was the Messiah.
Well, they didn't. They didn't, because they put him to death.
They sure did at that time, but they thought...
Who wanted Barabbas? Was that the Romans asking for Barabbas?
Sure, but I'm talking about
So in 3 days,
Now, hold
all
on.
of the no. Let me make my point. You've been up here for a while. For 3 days, Jesus was favored by all the people that thought he was Messiah. Then suddenly they all flipped and wanted Barabbas. Now explain that.
because they thought that Jesus was going to come and overthrow the Romans. That you know what I mean?
And why did they have that idea?
Because that's that's what he does on his second coming. He's absolutely
No. Why did the Jews don't believe in a second coming? Why did the Jews expect the Messiah to do the thing that you just said he didn't do?
That's exactly precisely. I mean,
because their prophets gave prophecies about what the Messiah would do. And either the Messiah does these things or he's not the Messiah. That's just how it works.
I understand that, but this is where the Jews didn't, this is why Jesus said, ye do err, not knowing the scripture.
You are inheriting the scriptures and the prophecies from the Jews. Now you're going to say that they didn't know what they were talking about? Are you going to discredit the source material that was entrusted to them?
Well, if you, for some reason, you don't seem to understand the whole narrative and why Jesus was telling them, if you don't believe, if you don't believe what Moses wrote when Moses was writing about me.
What makes you think I don't understand the narrative?
You guys can't say it, see it. And also,
not agreeing with the narrative.
Scripture, listen, if they knew their scripture.
Brandon, these fucking people.
Hold on, who was that?
That was Leslie.
Oh, okay. Hey, Leslie. So anyways.
Rainbow Lion.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, wow. There's no double. They missed he would come as a lamb to the slaughter before he fulfilled his soldier prophecies. Jews don't believe in Jesus because he didn't fulfill his soldier prophecies. They missed.
Yeah, he didn't finish. He didn't fulfill any of those prophecies.
He fulfilled everything but his soldier prophecies, which he's about to
Which one did he fulfill? Which one did he fulfill?
How about born from a virgin?
There's no prophecy that says he'd be born from a virgin.
Did you read Joseph? You never read.
There are no prophecies that say the Messiah will be born from a virgin.
What are you talking about, Will? What are you?
Show me.
I mean,
where
this
the hell
is
did I have
ridiculous.
that? I got it listed here somewhere. It's in the book of Joseph.
Does the Bible say that Jesus will be born from a virgin?
It's in the book of Joseph. It didn't make the KJV.
The question is, would the Messiah be born of a virgin?
Isaiah 7:14. Therefore, the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, which
I
we
believe
all
it
know
says maiden.
means God with us.
I believe it says maiden or young girl.
No, here, I'll show you.
Yeah, it does. Sorry, the proper translation is like Will said, maiden or young girl. It doesn't say virgin.
7:14. Oops, I'm going to the. This is why here's exactly what the Word of God says. Therefore,
no, that's what the King James says. I don't care.
Absolutely, the Word of God, bro.
Right, that's what I'm saying is wrong. Is King James gets that wrong?
Well, the King James seems to be the only one that keeps fucking throwing a spoke in.
So look at it. Look.
Tires.
Okay, well, I don't know that.
Real quick, I'm looking up the Masoretic text, which is the one he's previously said is correct. Therefore, the Lord himself gave you a sign. Behold, the young woman with a child and will bear a son, and she will call his name Emmanuel.
Yeah,
okay, so then let's look up and see what it says in the Textus Receptus.
I thought you trusted the Masoretic.
I do trust the Masoretic text, but again, this is where you guys don't understand the purification part.
A second ago, you were just going to take the KJV word for it.
Real quick. The Septuagint, which is the one you said isn't trustworthy, says, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the virgin shall be with child and bear a son. Sounds like you got some of that Septuagint corruption in your book.
Yeah, a little Greek influence there.
No. See, this is where you guys are being absurd. Now we need to
Is the Masoretic? What is the? Okay, I might have been confused. I thought earlier you said that the Masoretic text is the only text we should go by.
No, I did not say the Masoretic text is all that we should go.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
My claim is that we should go with what the King James Bible says. That's what
because
my
it was
claim
based
is.
on the Masoretic text and not
That
the
was one
Septuagint.
of the rules that King James laid down for the
Just clarify.
translation.
Just
Yeah.
clarify. The reason you say trust the King James is because you believe it's
Virgin,
based on the
book,
Masoretic text.
That's
I was really just trying
right.
to finish my sentence. That's all. So if I heard you right, the reason you prefer the King James is because you say it's based on the Masoretic text, which
Yeah,
is
you
more
win,
authoritative.
William. You win. Congratulations.
Numi, can you let the men talk?
You're an idiot, William.
So
Okay.
anyways,
So,
but no,
anyways,
that is one of the rules that King James demanded, and that for him to commission this project.
So he
He
gave
said-
rules for censorship.
No, he's saying
No.
that he's saying that I want you guys to stick to the original Hebrew and the original Greek. That was pretty much his demand.
11.
Okay, so which books would those be? Which versions would that be? The Masoretic and the Septuagint?
No, this is the video that I'm trying to show you guys. If you actually
please.
want,
I won't even watch it. I'm just
I
telling
just
you.
want to know, William. Okay, so
you don't even want to look at evidence. You
No,
just
because
want to
I'd
believe
rather-
what you want to believe. So
I don't
you
want
want
to
to
be
believe.
bombarded with videos.
Here's what it is. Here's how you guys are on your ego trip, getting fucked in the ass by Satan himself.
That's not nice.
Well, I'm just telling you what's happening here. I mean, I'm
true.
I would
sorry.
feel it if
doesn't
I was
sound
being
nice.
fucked.
Oh yeah, you're being fucked for sure.
You're feeling
getting
it, all
scammed.
right.
You're getting scammed out of your faith and out of your inheritance by believing all of this man-made philosophical bullshit.
It's mine to squander, Brandon.
It is. It is absolutely. God gave you a free will to make your own choice.
Okay, well then that's what I'm gonna do.
So if
Yeah,
you want
let
to
him.
believe,
That's what I mean. Dust your
when
feet,
he
man.
said,
Fuck these guys.
Numi, fucking shut up, Numi. So when God himself promises that he's going to preserve his word, I trust.
I didn't hear him do that. Did you hear him do that?
Yeah, in Psalms 12, 6, and 7.
Oh no, see, that's somebody else wrote that they heard him say that. I don't believe that.
Be born from a virgin too.
There's a sexy individual. Look at that beard.
You're welcome to believe whatever
Thank
you want.
Thank you.
But
I appreciate that,
facts,
Brandon.
Yeah, but the facts are, you know what I'm saying? That God, who is it? It is impossible for him to lie.
Opinion. That's an opinion.
It's not an opinion. What are you?
Then prove it. Prove it away from the Bible. Prove it. Put the Bible down and show me that Yahweh is anything other.
Prove
than
the Bible
existing.
is true without using the Bible.
No. Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. Put the Bible down and show me that Yahweh exists somewhere in nature without relying on that book for anything. I dare you.
Show you that Yahweh, the creation, requires a creator. A painting requires a painter.
So what makes, if I agree with that, just to help you along, if I agree that there's a creator, how does that get you anywhere near Yahweh?
Jesus is Yahweh.
Where would you find out about Jesus?
In the Word of God.
Right. Well, I just said you have to set that down and show me apart from that how this is not in your imagination.
I will never set down my fucking Bible. It is pure truth.
It's not evidence. But it's not evidence.
So you want me? I want you. This is your request,
Brandon. You like law? No, hold on. You like law? Okay.
I do.
So here's how how the rules of evidence work. There's the claim, and then there's evidence that supports the claim. Well, the Bible is the claim. The evidence must therefore not be the claim itself. That would be circular.
The Bible is not the claim. The person, the man Jesus Christ, is the claim.
I didn't hear him. Where would I hear Jesus at?
Well, somebody would have had to write down and record what he said.
Where would I hear the original claim from if it wouldn't come
from the Bible? That's
the claim. That's the claim. It's not the evidence, it's the claim that these things happened. You just showed me that outside of the Bible, you don't have any way to prove anything happened. So you're using the Bible as the claim, and I'm asking for evidence for the claim. Thanks.
Is Joseph outside the
You're
Bible?
asking me for evidence of what he actually said, and that's precisely what the Bible is.
I don't think you
an
understand.
accurate record of exactly what was said.
No, that's the
Yes.
claim. That's the claim.
Because, Will, in law, without the original contract, it cannot be enforced.
You're missing a piece somewhere. You either have the claim or you have the evidence of the claim, but they can't be the same thing.
This is fucking ridiculous. So you want
if you just slow down and set your ego down for a second and think about what I'm saying, I'm not lying to you. This is how
I
evidence
hear
works.
what you're saying, but I think your proposition is absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Well, show me a better way to establish a claim.
We're going to take the only thing that can be relied on as truth and take it off the fucking table to find out what is true.
So there's no evidence aside from the book that any of this happened? Is that what you're saying?
As far as what are you talking about? There is absolutely.
There's actually hundreds of books outside the Bible. The Bible was just.
Yeah, I read Sherlock Holmes the other day. It was awesome.
Oh well, yeah, I don't believe you. I don't believe that you read a book. What's a book?
Sure. You know that?
Okay, you don't know what a book is?
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is like your claim. Like, I can't believe that you actually read a book. You know what I mean? How do you know?
Well,
how do we know you actually read Sherlock Holmes and not some other story?
You don't. You could ask me questions if you knew anything about the story, but I mean,
okay. Well, this is why you can ask questions about history, like is this guy Jesus real or not?
Oh, I believe there was a Jew named Jesus stuck to a cross. I believe there's many of them, but I don't think that any of them came back from it. Yeah, I believe there was loads of Jews named Yeshua that got stapled to crosses in Israel or in the Levant during the Roman occupation. That doesn't make any of them God.
Yeah, but the fact that the prophecies and then the miracles.
There's no prophecy of a dying, rising Messiah, Brandon. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about?
Show me a prophecy of a dying, rising Messiah in the Old Testament. I dare you.
Okay. I mean, I just showed you Isaiah.
Ask your computer. Ask AI if there's a prophecy of a dying, rising
you don't
Messiah.
like something to fact check your ass. Sorry,
no, ask AI.
Problem.
No, I'm telling you to fact check me. Ask AI right now.
Is there any Old Testament prophecies of Jesus rising from the dead?
Dying, rising Messiah, not Jesus. You're limiting the search.
What are you talking about?
You can maybe AI will understand that you mean Messiah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying to explain to you if you're asking specifically about Jesus in the Old Testament, you will not find Jesus in the Old Testament. You might find Messiah in the Old Testament.
Let's see. All right. Boom. Isaiah 53:10 through 11. When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed and shall prolong his days. He shall see of the travail of his soul and shall be satisfied. No, that's not a good one. Hosea, after 2 days he will revive us. In the third day he will raise us up, and we shall live in his sight. Jonah. And
that's a plural, isn't it?
Jesus even pointed to Jonah as the sign. For as Jonas was...
That's the New Testament. I'm only asking about Old Testament prophecy.
This is Jonah, the book of Jonah. Oh, that
right,
is Matthew. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, because, Jonah, Jesus said that Jonah was the sign.
I'm not interested in what Matthew had to say about it. I want to know where in the Old Testament... Listen.
I don't care about eyewitness testimony.
I only want messianic prophecy from the Old Testament that would predict the Messiah, not people that wrote after him.
How about 1 Enoch 90:38?
Yeah, Psalms 22, Daniel chapter 9. I mean, fucking, you want
me to tell me the dying, rising Messiah part from Psalm 22.
Can you give me a verse that talks about a dying and rising from the dead Messiah in the Old Testament? Is that a more suitable question?
We'll see.
Well, I'm asking from you. Yes, there are several Old Testament passages. Did you just ask me to listen?
I said, let's see it. Oh, I'm sorry. I said, let's see it. Yeah.
All right. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He had put him to grief. When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. He shall see of the travail of his soul and shall be satisfied. The passage
Okay,
says,
can you wait? Don't move yet. Can you show me the dying, rising Messiah part?
About 16:10 in Psalms. That he will not leave his soul in hell.
right there, next line, or suffer his soul to see corruption.
Okay, I'm still wondering, what are we talking about here as far as the Messiah goes?
Psalm 16. Do you want me to pull? You want to read all of Psalm 16?
If you want to, if you think that David is talking about a Messiah and not himself.
He absolutely is.
And Isaiah is only talking about the nation of Israel. They're the suffering servant. It says so all through
No,
Isaiah.
Don't let the Jews feed you that fucking bullshit.
I'm not the one pretending to be a Jew.
Israel is not the suffering servant, not a fucking Jew.
Yeah, it says it over and over.
No. Yeah. Don't even try to slide into that fucking hole.
Would you like to ask your computer machine?
Everybody motherfucking knows Israel is not the suffering servant.
The Jews don't know.
That is fucking bullshit.
The Jews don't know that. Why don't you tell them?
Yeah, Psalm 16 is David speaking about himself.
He's prophesying about. Oh man,
they're song lyrics. It says psalm. It means song.
Oh,
lyrics.
I know it's song lyrics. There's no
prophecies say a thing
are
is going to happen.
Claim that there's no prophecies in Psalms?
You said earlier that God calls his shots. This is not God calling his shots, because he's not saying my son, the Messiah, will die on a cross and rise again after 72 hours. It doesn't say that. It doesn't even get close to that. It just says, "For thou will not leave my
death." So anyhow, let's
Isaiah 53:10, where it pleased the Lord to bruise him and put him to grief.
Yeah, we just looked at that.
An offering for
grief
sin.
is death.
No, it doesn't.
And he makes his soul an offering for sin. It says he
look
shall
up
see
the
his
definition
seed.
of grief.
No, we're going to stay right here for a minute. We're not going to let you keep squirming around, motherfucker. We're going to go.
I'm not squirming. I got
you are squirming. You are squirming like no other, dude.
Okay,
wait,
go for it.
He didn't bring up No, he didn't bring up those texts. Someone else brought up those texts, and he answered to it.
Can I read it? Can I read it, and then we'll discuss it? So that we make sure that we're seeing things in context, instead of whatever your little fucking whoever philosophized this shit for you. You know what I mean? So preserve me, O God, for in thee do I put my trust. O my soul, thou hast said unto the Lord, thou art my Lord. My goodness extendeth not to thee, but to the saints that are in the earth, and to the excellent, in whom is all my delight. Their sorrow shall be multiplied that hasten after another God. Their drink offerings of blood will I not offer, nor take up their names into my lips. The Lord is the portion of mine inheritance and of my cup. Thou maintainest my lot. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Yea, I have a goodly heritage. I will bless the Lord who hath given me counsel. My reins also instruct me in the night seasons. I have set the Lord always before me, because he is at my right hand and shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad and my glory rejoices. My flesh also rests in hope, for thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, neither wilt thou suffer thine Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the path of life. In thy presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore. So, do you think David considered himself the Holy One?
No.
No.
The Holy One of Israel is God.
Correct. That's why even if you ask a Jew today, who is the Messiah? Or, I asked, Dr. Mordecai Levy, why don't you guys believe that Jesus was the Messiah? Because only
Brandon,
God can be the Messiah.
Brandon,
and he has to do...
I don't want to throw a wrench in what you're doing here, but I put all the verses, 9 verses at least, that are in Isaiah that refer to Israel as the servant. And that's 41, Isaiah 41, all the way through Isaiah 49. So
Isaiah
I got it.
41.
Yeah. If I've got them listed in the private chat. If you look, that's in the same book,
Here,
written by the
I'm
same
going-
author about the same subject. Israel is called the servant over and over again. And I know Christians like to use 53, but Isaiah doesn't change the subject from, Israel to some other to come Messiah. And yes,
Okay.
he bore the sins of the nation so that they would feel grief at their actions and change their ways. But that's Israel, meaning the royal he. So that's Israel as the nation, the suffering servant.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like
It's
I've got the verses right there.
I'm sorry for you.
41:8, 44:1, 44:2, 44:21, 45:4, 48:20, and 49:3.
Is Israel the suffering servant in Isaiah 53? This is one of the central questions in interpreting Isaiah 53. There are two main views. The servant is Israel, or the faithful remnant of Israel. 2, the servant is the Messiah. Why do some say the servant is Israel? Earlier in Isaiah, the servant is explicitly identified as Israel. Isaiah 41:8, but thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, who I have chosen. And if you understood the covenant, you would understand why he says that. But
I understand that, but you're adding
Israel's
to it
not
commentary.
the suffering servant.
So you don't agree with what it says up there? You don't agree with that?
Oh, I do agree with it, but you don't understand it in legal context.
I understand
here.
you want a special plead for it, and we can do that later.
No.
But I just like you to focus real quick.
Read, because Chat GPT doesn't have any fucking emotional entanglement here.
Do you?
I understand why Israel is God's servant, but it's not.
I'm
Israel
saying
is not
Isaiah
the servant.
Okay, hold on. Isaiah is writing in one time period to one people about their plight, and there's Isaiah 1. There's Deutero Isaiah. There's 3 Isaiahs. Okay, 3 parts.
So
listen. Please listen. The first part is prior to captivity, and then the last 2 parts, if I'm not mistaken, are after captivity and the rebuilding. But during the whole thing, the subject matter and the name assigned to Israel as the suffering servant does not change.
It never. You're trying to you're trying to fucking amalgamate suffering into Israel.
No, it says that in 53 because it says why the nation.
No, fucking no.
Give me so you're going to pull that. You're going to add a different subject to that verse alone.
Look, let's just continue reading, okay? Okay, the servant is innocent. So do you tell me if Israel, the nation of Israel, fits this fucking description? Because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Does Israel fit that description?
The righteous remnant, yes.
Oh man, come on.
No, it tells you that it's talking about the righteous remnant. You read that already, Brandon.
Dude, give me a fucking break.
If you don't want to absorb what's in front of your face, go ahead and hold on to your bias.
I'm absorbing it just fine. For some reason, it's hidden from your eyes.
Maybe
Israel
the scales will
as
fall
a
off. Keep
nation
trying.
is repeatedly rebuked in Isaiah for idolatry and sin. It would be difficult to describe them as entirely innocent. It'd be real difficult. Then, 2, the servant suffers for the sins of others, but he was wounded for our transgression. He was bruised for our iniquities. The servant bears the sins of us. If us is Israel, then the servant appears to be someone distinct from the nation. 3, the servant dies as a guilt offering. Isaiah 53:10, when thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin. The servant is portrayed as a sacrificial offering, language that Christians understand as fulfilled in Christ. 4. The servant bears the sins of many. By his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many, for he shall bear their iniquities. This goes beyond merely suffering. The servant bears other sins and brings justification. How does the New Testament interpret Isaiah 53? Oh, the second witness. The New Testament consistently applies Isaiah 53 to Jesus. For example, when the Ethiopian official was reading Isaiah 53, Acts 8, 32 through 35, the place of the scripture which he read was this: He was led as a sheep to the slaughter. Then Philip preached unto him Jesus. Peter also quoted Isaiah 53. 1 Peter 2:24, who his own self bare our sins in his own body on the tree. This is an allusion to Isaiah 53, 4 through 6 and 11 through 12. Can both ideas be true? Some Christian scholars suggest that the servant theme develops through Isaiah. Sometimes the servant is Israel, sometimes it is the faithful remnant within Israel. Ultimately, the servant is fulfilled in the Messiah, who succeeds where Israel failed. Notice the interesting passage, Isaiah 49:3 and verses 5 through 6. Thou art my servant, O Israel, to bring Jacob again to him, though Israel be not gathered. Here the servant is called Israel, yet his mission is to restore Israel. That suggests the servant can represent Israel while also being distinct from the nation. Conclusion. The book of Isaiah clearly uses servant for the nation of Israel in many places. However, Isaiah 53 describes a servant who is righteous, suffers voluntarily, bears the sins of others, dies as an offering for sin, and afterward lives to justify many. For these reasons, the New Testament identifies this servant as Jesus the Messiah, while many Jewish interpreters understand the servant collectively as Israel for the faithful remnant. Of course, because they don't want to believe they killed their own Messiah. I'd want to believe that Isaiah was saying Israel too. Just out of sheer embarrassment for how bad.
So did you satisfy your need to be secure?
No, just to prove that you believe bullshit.
You didn't prove that. You proved that there's a debate about it.
I can prove. We can go on and on as far as
you can give opinions on it, but it's clearly divided in depending on what faith you are. So it's not conclusive.
Well, but because I don't want you to be deceived. This is why
I don't want to be deceived either. That's why I'm looking for hard evidence.
Okay, good. Very good. You do not want to be deceived. So now we have God making a promise that he's going to preserve his word, because we're all going to be held to that word. So he would not be just if we.
What if he tells a lie, Brandon? What if he's lying?
Then he's not God. God is the one. But
listen, if he lied, would there be a way for you to know?
I have no idea how to answer that fucking question.
Carefully.
Because here's the deal, okay? I mean, can you agree that the nation of Israel, there were about 500,000 people sitting at the foothills of Mount Sinai?
No, absolutely not. I don't think there was that many people in the Levant at that time. Maybe there was, but not at the edge of Mount Sinai. No.
This is after the Exodus, so you don't think
there wasn't that many people to leave Egypt at the time, and they never actually left Egypt. I told you that. Cerberus, what would you estimate that the population of I guess the Levant was at the time of the Exodus?
I have to look again, but I think it was around 20,000.
Well, according to your own Jewish scholars, there were about 500,000.
I'm not Jewish.
I'm just telling you. But you guys
I don't
believe
the Jews.
you
I already
want to
told you
believe
that.
the Jews on the part that Jesus isn't the Messiah.
No, Brandon, you don't understand. I don't believe any of the Bible to be accurate historically or otherwise.
Then we have no fucking truth to go by.
Well, you don't if you depend on only the Bible.
You don't either.
Again, there's
All
hundreds of
you
books
have,
outside the Bible.
yeah, all
The
you
Bible
have
is a
then.
very small collection of these religious texts that talk about Jesus. Like less than 100. You know, there's hundreds of gospels even. They picked out their favorite 4. Are you
follow
aware of
your
that?
whist? Follow your whist. Whatever you believe is correct, do it.
No, Google it. There's hundreds of gospels, Aramaic gospels too.
Why would I care?
Because they all wrote about Jesus, and all you know is the 4 in the Bible.
I don't believe the Old Testament. Duh.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All the Aramaic texts about Jesus are Old Testament. I mean,
I'm talking about I don't believe any of the mythology, the old or the new.
There's hundreds of gospels, and you don't believe any of them.
No.
They picked out their favorite 4, and you're throwing all the hundreds of historians away.
Yeah, sure.
That's your problem.
The ones that
How
pretend
many,
to have seen
Old
Jesus.
Testament,
Sure.
Ode to Solomon, 27. Go read it. Google it.
I don't care.
No, because you don't care. But you're asking the question. I'm telling you, it's Old Testament.
Leslie, are you upset? You seem upset.
Because that's how it's very upsetting when people
maybe pray for the Spirit to calm your soul.
Well, you need to pray for some discretion. You need to pull the veil off your eyes.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so easily offended, Leslie. I'll be careful.
Oh, people mocking Jesus shouldn't offend us.
Did you feel like it should? You don't think Jesus can take care of himself? You got to protect him? I mean, you're a good babysitter for the baby Jesus, but he's fine. He was a grown man.
Out of Zion here to protect. Are you going to go over and sit on Mount Carmel and watch? Because this is getting real close.
I don't think I'll ever have the occasion.
Well, get your ass over there because this is getting real close.
Well, about what time you reckon it'll be here?
Probably within maybe the next year or two. All the Arabs are coming against Jerusalem. If you're watching,
so if we're still here in a year and you're still here, can I laugh and mock at you then?
Maybe.
I'm gonna. So anyway,
I mean, this is Jeremiah 29 or 49. Where we're all
I'm telling you, it's all bullshit. Those things are not about the future.
No, you're bullshit.
Well, if you've already given me a goalpost a year from now, I shouldn't be able to talk to you about this at all.
So, are you familiar with this guy, William?
No, I'm not. Is he a friend of yours?
No, I'm just this. I watched some of this guy's videos about what is the demurge.
The demiurge. Are you going to try and make me watch this guy?
No,
because if it's for my benefit, I'm not interested. I've heard enough of it.
I'm trying to get where your sources of truth are coming from.
Reading the Bible repeatedly. That's why I would rather focus on what the Bible says than all these other people's opinions about it.
You're reading the Bible and you can't find Jesus in the Old Testament?
No, he's not in the Old Testament.
What are you
well, who was it that stretched out his arms and strung up on a tree? There's somebody out there that died for you?
Is that in the Old Testament? Somebody died for me in the Old Testament?
Isaiah 53 that was bruised for your iniquity?
I'm sorry, did someone die for me in the Old Testament?
Yeah, Isaiah 53. He was bruised.
Isaiah died for me? Isaiah died for me?
Strung up on a tree. Odes of Solomon 27.
Is that what happened to Isaiah? I don't remember that being the way
Odes
Isaiah
of Solomon
died.
42. He was strung up on a tree.
So Isaiah died for my sins?
No, he's talking about Jesus.
So, I don't think he is.
And you're very aware. Yeah. Isaiah
is absolutely talking about. We just went over this, Will.
Why do you let people like that in? There's no debating them.
Is Jesus who Micah is talking about in Micah 5?
With born in Bethlehem
from Arafat, from everlasting. That is Jesus.
Could you bring that verse up, Brandon? This is one of my favorites.
Mine too. Yeah.
So before we get into this, could you both affirm that Micah 5 is speaking about Jesus?
Yep.
Yeah. Is there anybody else from everlasting?
Sure I all in, buddy. I'm all in. So okay. Where do you want me to go?
How do you stay so stoic, Brandon? He wants you on Isaiah 53 or something.
Well, no, he's
Micah. I'm trying to. I'm going to
Will's
try and tell
getting
you.
ready to claim that Jesus is not who Micah 2 is talking about.
Micah
right?
5.
Oh, 5.
Micah
sorry.
5. Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, and Micah 5:2 from everlasting.
Now let's no, we're talking about all of Micah 5. I asked if all of Micah 5 is about Jesus, and you both said yes.
Well, no, not all
And
of.
that's why the Jews don't
all
believe
of
he's
Micah
Jesus,
5.
because he didn't fulfill that. But he's going to
Okay,
fulfill it in
slow
your
down,
day. You're reading it.
Leslie, calm down.
He's
Would you tell me?
fulfilling it in your
Would you
day.
hold on, Brandon? As you read this, will you let me know when the subject changes to talking about Jesus and not talking about Jesus, please?
Sure. Now gather thyself in troops, O daughter of troops. He hath laid siege against us. They shall smite the judge of Israel with a rod upon the cheek. But thou, Bethlehem Ephratah, though thou be little amongst the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth. That he is Jesus. Come forth unto me that is to be the ruler in Israel, whose goings forth have been from old, from everlasting. Therefore will he give them up until the time that she which travaileth hath brought forth. This is talking about the assembly or the church. Then the remnant of his brethren shall return unto the children of Israel, and he shall stand and feed in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of the Lord his God, and they shall abide. For now shall he be great unto the ends of the earth. And this man shall be the peace when the Assyrian shall come into our land. That's talking about the Antichrist.
Okay,
And
so wait. Now the Assyrian is a single person.
Well, the Assyrian is definitely a typology of the Antichrist. Yes.
Okay, all right. So hold on. So now we're still talking about Jesus here.
No.
We're still talking about Jesus fighting the Assyrian that shall come into the land.
Well, no,
Yeah.
he says, and this
He's
man
about to
shall
roar
be
out
the
of Zion,
peace.
Joel 3:16.
Yeah, he
To
shall
take
be
down
the
all the
peace
sinners.
when the Assyrian shall come into our land, and when he shall tread in our palaces.
Mhm.
Then shall we raise against him 7 shepherds and 8 principal men.
Can we stop right there just for a second so I can understand this? Okay, so this is what the Messiah is supposed to do when he comes, to deal with the Antichrist, right?
Well, I just was pointing out that the Assyrian is typically a typology, Nimrod and all of that.
With all due respect, a typology, in my opinion, is a special pleading. So can we just focus on what it says here in the text?
Sure, this is actually talking about, that the Assyrians God's going to let them get laid to waste by the Assyrian because he's handing them over to a cruel authority.
Now, before we just assume it's in the future, wasn't there a time when the Assyrians did invade Israel?
Sure.
Would it have been around the time that Micah was writing, around, 700 BC?
No, if you look at that, he's talking about when Jacob is scattered to all the nations, is also right there in Micah 5.
Yeah.
So he's talking about a future.
Well, that would have been something that would have happened when Jesus was here.
No,
but
the Assyrians carried all of Jacob away. They carried the lost tribes away.
No, the Romans did that after
720
70 AD.
BC. No, the Romans dispersed Judah in 70 AD.
Yeah, they were all spread out
700 years
everywhere.
difference there.
No, I'm saying that's what happened to the Jews when Jesus was, after Jesus died. They got spread out.
The Jews were dispersed like Israel was before.
But the Messiah is supposed to bring them together.
Yeah, and that starts at Joel 3:16.
Okay, so back
coming right up.
Go ahead, sir.
To confirm what you were saying, the book of Micah is written during the Assyrian invasion.
So he's talking about things that he's relating this vision to the Assyrians that are a threat at the time.
Yeah.
Or is he speaking directly of the Assyrians, like saying these guys who are beating the shit out of us? We need a guy to come and save us.
At the same time, I'm going to say he's probably speaking of the Assyrians trying to kill them.
I can see that. I can see that. And they're hoping for a Messiah to come and fight off these bastards.
No, he's prophesying a Messiah is going to come to fight off those bastards.
When did that happen?
Well, it hasn't happened yet, has it? But it's coming right
Well,
up.
this was in 700.
All nations attack. Do you believe all nations attack?
Leslie, you missed a step here.
I would think you missed everything.
No, I'm saying Serb and I were talking about a specific time period. Now you've jumped. See, we were talking about when the Assyrians were actually there when Micah was writing, and he's referring to them.
Okay, that's 720 BC then.
So if he's not talking about them, even though they're having open conflict with Israel, are we just saying he's using this to represent something that he's seeing that's going to happen and Jesus?
No, you can go down to verse 7, how the remnant of Jacob is amidst all the people and spread out through the world, shall be among the Gentiles. So that didn't happen in 720 BC. That's happening now.
Yeah, that happened under the Babylonian invasion too. I mean, they got sent everywhere. Like the tribes got wrecked. Yeah.
Sure, it's about that time they got into Britain and up into.
that happened under Rehoboam too, though. Under Rehoboam,
the lost tribes were spreading, man.
That's right.
They were
so I'm saying
warrior tribes, even, man. They were the Simeons, and they were
that was before this. That was before this that happened.
Yeah,
this is the remnant
of a future event.
This is the remnant of the people that were taken captive by the Assyrians, right?
And they have spread to all nations. In verse 7 and 8, right? So that's a future prophecy.
But we're still talking about Jesus. Yeah, Jesus is going to do all this to the Assyrians again later.
He's going to fulfill his soldier prophecies, yes. And that's
think about it
in our day.
Okay, all right. That's what you're saying, is that the Assyrians are going to rise up and do some shit. The Assyrian Empire.
They're going to get resurrected.
That's going to be wild.
Well, I'm just telling you, like, the next thing on the big prophecy scale is Damascus gets destroyed, laid to ashes.
Okay,
which
Brandon.
Certainly implies a nuclear attack, and that's what kicks off World War III.
Okay, is there any way, Brandon, in your mind that Micah could have been talking about a present thing, a present threat of Assyrians when he's writing this?
No.
I asked Brandon. He's logical.
I mean, but I would have to say, I don't think so. No.
So you think that while this is
up to the nations, so they weren't already there. It's a prophecy about the future.
Okay, yeah. All right. So they're not there yet, but they did show up and they did have an engagement with Israel, didn't they?
Yeah, they carried them away captives.
They did deal with actual Assyrians. And would it be in the time period that around the time period that Micah is writing?
At the time period Micah is writing, Israel was in the land, not spread to the nations and among the Gentiles.
Okay. Let me just try.
Israel
it's not. You're making it difficult. You're really making it not simple.
Difficult. You can't grasp this. Israel was there when the Assyrians invaded. That's who they carried away.
I'm just dealing with the text and the time period.
During an Assyrian siege.
Invasion. It says invasion.
Okay. Invasion.
Oh no, it does say siege too. It does predict a siege, but it says invasion also.
I'll say Assyrian siege or invasion.
Perfect. Good one.
You should pull up verses 7 and 8 there, Brandon, if you can, so they can see that Jacob is spread to the nations. It's a prophecy about the future.
He's actually being honest and looking at the text, dude. Give him some credit.
And that's what I'm asking him to pull up so we can all read it.
I will. Just real quick, I want to read this real fast. I asked the question, was Micah written during the Assyrian siege or invasion? Yes, Micah prophesied during the period when the Assyrian Empire was expanding and invading the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Micah identifies the kings during whose reign he prophesied. Micah 1:1. The word of the Lord that came to Micah in the days of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. These kings reigned approximately Jotham 750 to 735 BC, Ahaz 735 to 715 BC, Hezekiah 715 to 686 BC. This places Micah's ministry during the height of the Assyrian Empire. What was happening historically? During Micah's lifetime in 721 BC, the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom of Israel and destroyed Samaria. The people of Israel were taken into exile. Later, in 701 BC, the Assyrian king Sennacherib invaded Judah. He captured many fortified cities. He surrounded Jerusalem during the reign of King Hezekiah. The Bible records this in 2 Kings 18 through 19, 2 Chronicles 32, and Isaiah 36 through 37. According to Scripture, God
you got somebody backstage, Brandon. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I didn't.
Oh, you
want you
do?
to- No, yeah.
Is it
it's
Q?
Yeah,
Hello.
All right,
Howdy,
you
Q.
better not be showing no dick pics, motherfucker.
Wait, don't
Why would
discourage
I?
that.
Why would I show dicks? I've never done that on your channel before.
Had a bunch of fucking weirdos popping in, pulling that.
All right, let's not be talking about Q's pecker.
Yeah. Anyways, so according to Scripture, God miraculously delivered Jerusalem. 2 Kings 19:35. It came to pass that night that the angel of the Lord went out and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. How does this relate to Micah 5? When Micah writes, Micah 5:5, when the Assyrians shall come into our land, his audience would immediately understand that the Assyrians as a real and terrifying threat. This is one reason there are different interpretations. Historical, Micah is referring to the Assyrian invasion of his own day. Prophetic, the Assyrian also foreshadows a future enemy of God's people, whom some Christians identify with the Antichrist. Dual fulfillment. The historical Assyrian invasion serves as a type or pattern of a future end times conflict. Summary: yes, Micah was written during the area of the Assyrian aggression. His ministry overlapped it with the fall of the northern kingdom of Israel to Assyria, and likely the Assyrian invasion of Judah under Sennacherib. That historical setting explains why the Assyrian is such a prominent figure in Micah's prophecy. Whether Micah 5 also points beyond that historical invasion to a future end times opponent is a matter of interpretation, but the immediate historical backdrop is unquestionably the Assyrian threat. So, anyways, but yes, there's many other verses that tie the Assyrian to the Antichrist, and
not in the Old Testament. Not in the Old Testament. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Whenever you get to all right, I'm just going to tell you, when you say dual fulfillment here, that would be implying that it was actually fulfilled in reality the first time. So it wouldn't be a dual.
I'm sorry, I was reading the comment.
Okay. Yeah, so it wouldn't be a dual fulfillment prophecy unless it actually got fulfilled the first time and then another time. The problem with this is that there is no first fulfillment. So you just have a to be done later.
It just said that they came in and conquered the whole area and were surrounding Jerusalem.
But listen, the prophecy is about a savior for this that would defend them against this thing, would fight them back and destroy them. But that's not what happened. That guy never came forward. Hold on. And because he gives very specific things he was going to do. And he didn't stop the warring and all. He doesn't do these things. Okay, because it's still going on.
Okay, but this is where it claims that this Messiah that will be born, this man shall be the peace, the thing that gives them peace, the hope that a Messiah will come.
Is that what happened?
As far as did they make it through this event? Yes.
No. Listen, the man was going to be there to help stop the invasion or to fend them off whenever they come into the land. Okay, he was going to he was going to destroy the Assyrians at some point and bring peace. That's why he's the Messiah. He's going to bring peace and save them from the Assyrians. Now, just so you know, there aren't any more Assyrians to speak of.
What are you talking about? That's where that.
No, I didn't say that the ground was no longer there. I said Assyrians, like an empire of Assyrians. Sir probably knows better when they fizzled out based on his field of knowledge, but
well, the Assyrians carried Israel away, but they didn't exist. He says. I mean, how hallucinatory.
I didn't say Assyrians
He's borderline.
didn't exist.
Maybe he ate one of them rollies, man. Because
I said they don't exist now.
Yeah, Syria doesn't exist. That guy.
I didn't mention the ground. I didn't mention the dirt.
Either,
the geographical location, I agree, is there, but the people there are not the same culture. They're not even the same race. They're not the same religion. They have nothing to do with the Assyrians that this prophecy is speaking about.
You say
that's your hallucination.
Yeah, I'm just asking, do any Assyrians do any Assyrians
no American bases are in Syria and Jordan, and we're not in Iraq, and we're not battling the shit out of these people over there at all, are we?
When did the Assyrians cease to be an empire, a thing?
Somewhere in the really early 600s, they were taken over by the Babylonians and the Medes, and they have been essentially destroyed and intermixed since then. So,
thank you. I appreciate you. You always said
Empire gave Syria.
I gotta switch to a new chat now. Ain't that a bitch? Anyhow,
the British Empire.
Do any Assyrians exist today? I asked. It said yes. The Assyrian people still exist today, although the Assyrian Empire no longer exists. This is important to distinguish between the two. The Assyrian Empire was conquered 612 to 609 BC by a coalition of the Babylonians and Medes. Such cities such as Nineveh fell, and the empire ceased to exist as a political power. The Assyrian people, however, survived and continue to live in their ancestral homeland. Where do Assyrians...
They live in their homeland. Are they gonna attack and take over things and be the Antichrist?
Well, that's why Nimrod is referred to as the Assyrian.
Where's Nimrod at in any of this?
He's the very first typology.
I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
I was going to say that the quote unquote Assyrians that live today are not genetically the same people. They're not even the same culture. We just have the same name for them, and the majority of them, I don't actually think, are in Turkey anymore, right? Or Iraq, or Syria.
Turkeys are different people.
Yeah, if you knew where the Assyrians were, you would agree with me and not disagree with me there. That would also be a reason why you would understand that they're not the same people anymore.
I don't believe nobody said they're the same people. It doesn't have to be the same people for an Assyrian to rise to some, leadership. We see it happening now. There's an Assyrian ruling Syria now.
Okay, it's not about one Assyrian guy. It's about the Assyrians as a militant group attacking Israel, and the Messiah defending Israel, defending the invasion and stomping them out.
And that's coming right up. We're doing it now.
Well, it was Babylon. Babylon fulfilled it.
No, Ephraim's going to do this, man.
No, Babylon fulfilled it.
No.
Yeah, Nebuchadnezzar and the Medes. I guess maybe
Jacob
not Nebuchadnezzar,
had to be
but his
spread
kingdom
to all the nations. It says in 7 to 8 when this happened.
That doesn't argue my point.
And it took hundreds of years to get to the nations.
That doesn't address my point.
Well,
the Messiah didn't do the thing. The Messiah wasn't from Israel, if that's the case.
What?
Oh, for
yeah. Like if the Babylonians conquered the Assyrians and the Messiah is not Babylonian or Middle Persian, then I don't know. I don't know what to say about this prophecy. No one from Judah or Israel fulfilled this.
That's why it's future.
Yeah, that's
well, because it didn't happen when it was supposed to. We have a special pleading that it may happen in the future.
When did it supposed to happen? It's supposed to happen after Jacob, the lost tribes were spread to the nations, it says. Yeah, that was after 720 BC when Micah wrote it.
We missed the window on the Assyrians since that empire was crushed out to dust.
What are you hallucinating?
Yeah, dude.
There's no Syria today. What are you hallucinating? What the frick? Go Google.
They didn't hear us talk, sir. They didn't hear a thing.
Yeah, there isn't Syria today.
I heard what you said. I'm having a real tough time swallowing.
They're not even. I don't even think they're the same ethno group.
How can you say that? So you're telling me that their DNA got wiped off the fucking map?
No.
It's not wiped off. Spread. Go ahead, sir, please.
Yeah, man, woman make baby. Not all men, women are Assyrian. Right. So after a little while, they intermix with everybody, and they're not really Assyrian anymore.
Okay, so but you're saying though that there's no longer such a thing as Assyrians.
Well, there's culturally, there's you could say some culturally people are Assyrian, but they're not genetically Assyrian.
You should go to the DNA.
Are there any Assyrians that live today? Full-blooded Assyrians.
Full-blooded Assyrians.
That's like impossible.
I remember all kinds of people blaming Obama and trying to say Obama was the Assyrian because he has that kind of blood.
I don't think there's such a thing as. I don't think there's a full-blooded anything.
Can't even grasp that there's a Syrian.
What is a full-blooded anything anymore? What the hell does that even mean?
It says yes. Here we go. Yes, Assyrians still exist today, and many identify themselves as descendants of the ancient Assyrians of Mesopotamia. They
identify themselves as that.
Well, I mean,
so those are the guys you got. Those are the guys you got to fucking watch right there. They're going to take over everything.
Yeah.
Well, I do believe, like, if you ever watched Rob Skiba's presentation on his little, identification,
the flat Earth guy. Yeah, I know.
Look, I went the rounds with Rob Skiba and told him, and then after
he was a sweet guy. He'll be missed.
No.
If it matters, I think the 10 kings that elect one man to rule, is going to be Islamic. That's the Mahdi coming.
Well, look,
he's going to be an Assyrian, and you're absolutely silly to think there is no Syrian.
Did Rob Skiba repent of his flat Earth crap?
Okay, real quick. I mean, you can argue some of this, but Ashkenazi Jews claim they're the same people as the ancient Israelites. If you look at them, if you look at them, they're very obviously not.
So you think Iran is bombing the fake Jews? Is that what your claim is?
I don't think anybody said that just then, but
well, you said the Azakani. You're claiming they're fake Jews, right?
Not saying they're not the same people.
Iran is bombing fake Jews. Is that what you're saying?
What's a real Jew?
Who are the real Jews then?
Exactly.
Yeah. Since it's a religion and an ethno group, what is a Jew?
Yeah,
you can take a blood test to see if you're one. So there must be
anyone anyone that just identifies with Judaism is not a Jew.
You can be a proselyte. You can be a Ashkenazi Jew, and you move to Israel. You live among the Jews. You're a proselyte. You're Jewish too.
And your offspring would be considered Jewish, right?
Sure, they would.
Okay, thank you very much.
They would interbreed with them and be DNA. I mean,
they don't even see. They don't even hear themselves. They don't even know what they're saying.
Even in the time period of let's say second century Judea, most Judeans didn't even live in Judea. They weren't even Judeans. Most of them lived in fucking Greece and Egypt.
Second century, you're talking BC or AD?
BC. It was definitely the case AD.
Judy, I don't know that. They lived there until 70 AD. When the Romans threw them out, the Jews did.
Yeah, here.
They lived in Jerusalem.
Well, they only threw them out of Jerusalem.
The Assyrian Empire.
Yeah, maybe it'll tell you which king. I'd be interested to know which king.
Oh yeah, I don't even remember which king.
The Assyrian Empire was by a coalition of enemies, primarily the Babylonians and the Medes, in the late 7th century. The key events were 612 BC, fall of Nineveh, a combined army of the Neo-Babylonian Empire under King Nabopolassar and the Medes under Cyaxares, whatever, captured and destroyed Nineveh, the capital of Assyria. 609 BC, final defeat. The remaining Assyrian forces were defeated at Haran, ending the Assyrian Empire as a major power. The empire had already been weakened by internal political struggles, succession disputes, expensive wars, rebellions among conquered peoples. The conquerors divided much of the former Assyrian territory. The Babylonians took control of much of the Mesopotamia and the Levant. The Medes gained influence in the north and east. This collapse is also reflected in the biblical prophets. Nahum specifically predicts the fall of Nineveh. Zephaniah mentions Assyria's downfall. Isaiah and Micah discuss Assyria as a major threat to Judah before its fall. Interestingly, the destruction of Assyria did not mean the disappearance of Assyrian people. Many communities continued in northern Mesopotamia, and modern Assyrians trace their heritage to that ancient civilization. So your claim that there's no more Assyrians is incorrect.
Well, okay, Brandon, we're talking about the 7th century BC. How many generations of people do you think have sprung from those people? How much diluting do you think there has been in their bloodline and their culture?
Yeah, I can tell you, genetically they're not the same. Culturally, they're not the same.
How can any of us possibly know that? What human can answer that question?
We can do DNA stuff and find out that most people have been diluted to the umpteenth power from whatever they originally claimed. And even from Noah, you would admit.
So let me get this straight then. So according to DNA, the cradle of humanity is someplace in Africa, according to their DNA research.
What?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
According to scientists that have done all of this DNA research, they claim that mankind started in Africa. So, and if that were true, then go ahead and throw out the Bible.
So if you do your DNA, your 23andMe, you think it's going to take your roots back to Africa, Brandon?
No, I don't think that. No.
Why is that?
Because I believe the Bible.
Well, no, it doesn't have anything to do with what you believe. What it has to do with are real factors in reality. And your genetics will not trace back, most likely, Brandon, Irish, to Africa.
Mine aren't going to Africa, but that's what I'm saying.
Right. So they're not talking about your family. They're not talking about your family line. They're talking about a genetic link that they think may originate in Africa. Okay. So let's not take what they're saying out of context. Okay. And I'm no fan of evolution or creationism either. I'm agnostic to the matter. Okay. So don't start throwing rocks at me. I'm just saying that as far as a family line, which is what we're talking about here, these people would play hell trying to trace their lineage back to, with any strength to any of the Assyrians that we're talking about in this time period.
Have you ever done a blood sample to see what you're from?
No.
Okay, well, they test a lot of the Palestinians.
Uh-huh.
Are you aware of that? And they all come up either Syrian, Assyrian, Lebanese, or Egyptian.
I guess Israel should just wipe them out then.
DNA.
I guess Israel should just wipe them out right now, and Netanyahu could be the Messiah. Well, they can't do anything until to him until the Messiah gets back.
Well, it's going to be left abandoned. No, there's somebody that's going to unite Ephraim and Judah that's going to desolate, and we're going to move them. We're not going to kill them all. We're going to move them. The only people trying to kill us all are the Alawites.
Why are you yelling? Do you think I'm hard of hearing?
Apparently.
No, just because I don't find you credible doesn't mean that I'm hard of hearing.
Well, you can't even grasp everlasting. That he's from everlasting means somebody besides a human.
No, well, good. I'm glad that we
That's
could
what
talk
I'm
about
asking.
that. No. I want to focus on what you just said. So this guy in Micah 5:2, it says his origins are from old and ancient times.
Yeah. It
Is
depends.
Jesus
You're
God?
reading the NIV.
Sir, I'm sorry,
James
but I'm
is
going to borrow
reading the
your
Yes.
argument here.
Okay.
I want to borrow your argument if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So of old and ancient times. What is does that mean of everlasting?
Depends on your Bible translation, but I
Well,
don't disagree with the
I'm
King
pretty
James.
sure it's
He's
identifying the
from
root
older
of.
times. Who do you think it was that walked with Abraham?
Well, that's not
Abraham
what it's
bowed
saying.
to him and washed his feet of his Lord. Who was that?
That's not who it's naming. Bethlehem
You,
Ephrata.
you, you think Jacob wrestled? No,
Leslie, calm down.
no, you need to
Bethlehem.
calm down. I'm
They're
calm.
referring to the ancestral roots of David himself. Bethlehem Ephrata are these are names of
Let me
ancestors of
Google it.
David.
Let me Google if David
Yeah,
was
you go
born in
ahead.
Bethlehem.
I didn't say he was born. I said
Well,
those
then
are his
who the hell are you
roots.
talking about? Because that's what you're claiming.
You don't get worked up. I don't want you to have a stroke. Listen,
David
it's a family root, not a geographical root. Places were named after people back then.
Bethlehem.
Okay? Do you follow me?
Oh,
like
yeah.
the land of
Actually,
Dan?
David was born in Bethlehem, it says.
That's fantastic. Ask who Bethlehem Ephrata was. Ask what that's referring to.
Well, Ephrata isn't actually Bethlehem.
Thank you. Could you just please look where those names come from? Land places were
Where
named
does
after people.
the name Bethlehem Ephrata come from?
Thank you. That's what I was going to ask next.
The name Bethlehem Ephrata comes from combining the name of the town Bethlehem with the older name Ephrath or Ephrathah, a name associated with the same region and with the clan or family connected to it. The phrase appears most famously in Micah 5:2, "But thou, Bethlehem Ephrata, though thou be little amongst the thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel." Meaning of the names: Bethlehem, house of bread. I am the bread of life. Beth equals house, Lashem equals bread. Oh, okay. Or Lahem, sorry. Ephrata, Ephrathah, whatever, likely means something like fruitful or fertile. It is connected with the Hebrew root para, to bear fruit or to be fruitful. So Bethlehem Ephrata can be understood as something like Bethlehem of the fruitful land or Bethlehem in Ephrata. Biblical background: Ephrata was an older name connected with the area around Bethlehem. Rachel, Jacob's wife, died near Ephrath and was buried there. And Rachel died and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem. Genesis 35:19. The family of David was associated with Bethlehem Ephrata, whatever. Now David was the son of Ephrathite of Bethlehem, Judah, whose name was Jesse. 1 Samuel 17:12. The book of Ruth identifies Bethlehem as the town of David's family. And the woman said unto Naomi, Blessed be the Lord, which hath not left thee this day without a kinsman. Why Micah uses Bethlehem Ephrata. By Micah's time, there was more than one place associated with the name Bethlehem, so Bethlehem Ephrata identified the specific Bethlehem in Judah, the town of David's lineage. Micah's prophecy is significant in the New Testament because it is quoted as pointing to the birthplace of the Messiah. And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor. Matthew 2:6. So the phrase ties together the ancient place named Ephrathah, King David's hometown, and the messianic prophecy about Jesus' birth.
Okay, and so Ephrath or Ephrathah was the wife of Caleb. She was the second wife of Caleb, descendant of Judah and son of Hezron, mother of Hur. She gave birth to Hur, who was an ancestor of the builders and founders of Bethlehem.
How, you know, I mean, this is the shit that puzzles me even more. Will,
no. This
when you
predates
bust
David.
out fucking scripture like that, and yet you don't believe is it?
No,
because
listen,
of
it doesn't disagree. Listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't disagree. I'm telling you that Ephrata or Ephrath is a name. It is named for Caleb's
That's what
wife.
it just said. Absolutely, I
Right.
agree.
So it's
That's why I'm
addressing
saying.
it's addressing the Davidic root, which means that whoever it is, his lineage is not eternal, but it's from the root of David, the line of
No,
David.
that's the body that will be prepared for thee.
What?
Out of the line of David.
Did you say the body that will be prepared for thee?
Yes. Like, dude.
So somebody manufactured a body
Hold on.
for someone else.
What is that verse
Are
that
you
says a
Jewish
body
you're
that
under
was
the veil?
prepared for me?
Are you Jewish, Will, that you would be under the veil still?
No, I'm definitely not Jewish.
Have you had your blood test taken? Because there's a glitch in the matrix here that you can't grasp this.
No, I know who my people are. I don't really have to search around.
Okay, where'd you come from?
That's none of your business, sir.
Yeah, you don't want to explain who you might be.
Well,
You're
it's
under
none
the
of your
veil,
business.
aren't you? Do you know
Okay,
what the veil is and you could be under it?
I really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know where you're going with
I'm
that.
not interested in Jewish voodoo, okay?
I'm just curious on what Will being Jewish or not being Jewish has to do with this argument.
Because some people are still under the veil.
Like Jesus was Jewish, he was under the
They
veil.
are blind until after this war. They can't see any of this. They're under the veil. They're going to weep for the one they're going to weep for the one that they have pierced. Right.
So
back
anyone
up
that
under the
doesn't
veil.
anyone that doesn't believe
This guy's
this is
piercing
under the
Jesus
veil.
every day.
You're
anyone that doesn't-
automatically Jewish now.
I
Not
guess.
automatic.
Apparently
I'm
I'm
just asking that
Jewish.
question. Could he be under
I mean,
the veil?
I really could.
No, I don't think he's under the veil. I think that, my honest assessment of what's going on with Will here is he got a hold of some information that, kind of puffed up your ego a little bit, and now you kind of, look at these silly little Christians because they're believing this.
This is you trying to tell me what I think, isn't it?
No. I'm giving Leslie my assessment. That's all I'm doing.
Of what I think. You're telling him what you believe I think.
Yes, what I am gathering on the.
Do you think that I think that you're a stupid Christian?
That is Will Freeman.
Let me ask you, do you believe, Brandon, that I think that you're a stupid man?
No, I don't think you believe I'm stupid, but I
don't think you're stupid. Okay,
Yeah,
you are
only
a
one person
Christian.
he thinks is stupid, and that's
Where's
that's
Jill? Yeah. Actually, there's more than one, but we'll focus on Jill if you need to. But Brandon, if I thought you were stupid, I wouldn't come in here and talk with you. I wouldn't go and talk to Leslie. I'm just fucking with you, Leslie.
But no,
I don't.
Yeah, I'm not. I think you can tell I'm not a fucking total idiot, but I mean, I'm certainly not.
You said you were looking person. You said you were looking for the truth wherever it led you. That's all I need to know. If that's truly what your stance is, then I consider you kin.
Well, I appreciate that, and I mean, this is why, what I'm trying to claim is that, for number one, like, how can God lay down the number one law, you shall have no other gods before me, and not reveal himself to anybody? That would not be just. That's why.
Okay, but that's a presumption that that's what he said.
What do you mean? This is okay. My presumption is, as it is written, that the Bible's telling us the story about how Moses murdered a dude that was beating up some Hebrew, and then
all right, wait, hold on, Brad. I think I see what's going on here. Look, I know that you believe that there's, like, if you didn't have this, you wouldn't be able to tell what's what, and that's fine. That's a safe.
I would be left at the mercy of the scholars.
Okay, but here's the thing. All right, I can agree without any sort of book or anything that it looks to me like there's design in the universe. Okay, that there's intellect in the universe, that there's, even if we're that intellect, I don't know. It just seems like these things are there. So I could probably jump onto a designer or creator God. All right. And whatever that God does is outside of my control. I don't have any sway over whatever that is. He didn't ask my opinion when he made shit. So, but I can go that far with you. I can go to a God. But when you want to designate, from what I can observe, if you want to designate it, it's this God or that God, then I need to know that whatever your source is clearly like factual. It is beyond question. And I don't find that comfort yet with the Bible. Okay,
you're in a wonderful time because all the Luciferians have pitted the Christians and Jews against the Alahites, and this is war. And they want us gone. They don't just want the Jews gone from the river to the sea. And they delete them. They're coming for you. And you can sit and watch this happen live, or you can read it.
Cool. I got popcorn and everything. I'm happy to watch.
The Alahites are coming, man. That's the end of
the world. A year. You gave a prophecy.
Are
It'll
you
happen
calling
in a year.
Alahites? Is that what your name is for Muslims?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
it looks like they're getting the shit beat out of them lately. I don't know.
Yeah, they're getting the shit beat out of them. So they're not. Then they're going to lose, although they're going to overrun the place. Joel 3 and Zechariah says.
I don't think they will.
I think they're going to be the thug service. I do see that. That seems to me to be the role of Islam, is to be the thug service. As we move into this one world government system and one world religion, I think we're going to witness a big old Catholic Chrislam fucking uniting.
It's kind of Chrislam. I don't know how Islam survives this war.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying,
that's the future empire. Yeah.
Okay, gracious. But not to get off topic, though. Okay, so because what I'm trying to figure out again, because you're claiming that the Bible is not a reliable source for truth.
That's only.
I said I'm not convinced. I said I'm not convinced that it's reliable historically, scientifically, or I mean, really, the narrative seems very put together after the fact.
How the? I mean,
we could get into it case by case.
We're gonna have to.
Let me ask you a question. Did you move your stance at all on the serpent in the garden being Lucifer? Or that Lucifer is the devil? Do you still think that that's the case?
Yes, I totally think that Satan's name in heaven was Lucifer.
Ooh, and you're basing that on what?
Well, I'm basing that, of course, off of what the Bible says.
Is that what the Bible says? That Satan's name in heaven was Lucifer? I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's going to be a rough read of Revelation then.
Why is it going to be a rough read of Revelation?
Because Jesus calls himself Lucifer in Revelation.
See, that's because you think that's whatever translation or whatever
translation. All right, here we go.
Well, I'm just saying though that this is
it's a Latin word. It's a Latin word. That means it only appears because of a translation.
Satan is not the morning star. That's what Cerberus.
I know.
Yeah,
we all know that Satan has nothing to do with Lucifer.
I disagree strongly. Like
you don't seem to understand the origin of the term Lucifer. It is not a proper name.
He may be Luciferian rather than just under the veil is why he's saying this.
When you speak a lot of prayers in Latin and you're praying about giving a prayer to Jesus, you say the words Lucifer.
You can see it. You can watch their masses.
None of us here are Catholics, Cerberus. That's what
he knows. That.
Yeah, but they're not praying. They're not praying to Satan.
But they are. They just don't realize it.
No, they speak Latin. They understand what they're saying.
I mean, that's why Latin is. When I hear Latin, it just sounds devilish.
Dude, you can't take the step of Latin translation out of history, no matter how much you want to.
A lot of the King James is from Latin. I mean, they were all
Lucifer,
Latin.
Lucifer comes about because of a Latin translation error, because they turned it into a proper name, not knowing what to do with
all
Morning
the
Star
church
or
that
Light
spoke
Bearer.
Latin that translated the Bible fucked it up.
No, that in their language it means light bearer. Making it a capital name came later on with English.
Okay, let me just point out one detail that you may not be aware
and probably
of. I don't
German
know.
too.
It's still a
Okay, so
name.
really quick.
Isaiah
It's not a
14:12.
name. I'm sorry. I'll be
14:12.
You guys hear me?
Isaiah, it's a name.
Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay, so real quick, you have to pay attention to when you see name changes, like how Abram got changed. Who was that? Anyway,
I was muted.
all
I
right.
think Leslie's fighting his teddy bear.
I guess so, or whatever. He's chewing on a tough piece of steak.
That's what it sounded like.
So, anyways, you got to pay attention to these name changes, like Abram to Abraham, and because these are, the Bible calls it our conversation in heaven. This is a citizenship change, and why their name changes. Lucifer already had citizenship, and his name changed when he got booted.
Sir, please, I don't want to do this one. Your turn.
Well, what do you mean name?
Yeah,
Lucifer's a Latin word. What do you mean name changed to Lucifer?
Yeah, well, that Lucifer was his original name, and this is why you got to understand.
Did they speak Latin in heaven? I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Oh wait, okay, wait. Maybe the issue is you mean that maybe his name was Morning Star.
He's son of the morning, not Morning Star.
What is the son of the morning in the sky?
That would be Venus or whatever. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and it's called the Morning Star. That's why different translations and different things.
I know you guys.
You'll get Son of the Morning, or you get Morning
you know
Star.
Why? Yeah, 2112, Rush's album 2112. Why they have that, pentagram, because that's the exact course that Saturn takes in its little orbit or whatever. Yeah, I know all of that, and I'm telling you right now, Satan, Lucifer, and Satan are the same person. There's a name change because he got, he changed, his, what's the word I'm looking for, dude? When you fucking enter into a new country, citizenship. You know what I mean? His citizenship changed.
Do you do me a favor and go to Revelations 22:16, I think, and tell me who is the Morning Star?
Go to what?
I'm muted.
The Morning Star in Revelation is Jesus.
Okay, so who's the Morning Star? Was it in Isaiah? Is it the other reference? Isaiah 14:12.
Let's just do this. Morning Star. I mean, this is like one of the first places I take somebody that reads an NIV or whatever other modern Bible version. Is here's a problem. These Bibles confuse Satan and Jesus.
That's KJV. I just want KJV.
Yeah, I'm doing it on KJV. That's all I'm doing.
KJV is going to give you the Lucifer, son of the morning words I'm looking for.
Okay, that's Isaiah 9. Yeah. And I will give him the Morning Star, Revelation 2:28, Revelation 22:16. I, Jesus, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David, and the bright and morning star.
Okay.
So now we go to Isaiah 9. Go to, where is it?
Well, I think it's Isaiah 14:12.
Oh, you might be right.
Oh.
Knock it off, Evan. Chill out, dude. You fucking little pig. All My dog's trying to sell me on getting him some more food. How thou art fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, not morning star. How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into the heaven. That's one. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. That's two. I will sit upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. That's three. I will ascend above the heights of the cloud. That's four. I will be like the Most High. That's why we always have a 5-pointed star for Lucifer's little symbol.
Okay, and now, what is the literal translation from the name Lucifer?
As far as the light bearer?
No, that's not the literal translation.
So, I mean,
the literal translation is morning star.
Oh,
so Lucifer is what's the same.
So then, why then did the King James translators, the Geneva Bible translators, the Great Bible translators, the Bishop Bible translators, the Coverdale Bible, and the Textus Receptus all call him Son of the Morning?
Did they all call him Lucifer?
Yeah.
Look, because there's some point in the translations where it changes to Lucifer.
Is Lucifer in the Textus Receptus?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know.
We'll start there. No, because that was the majority of text where he just put the Greek next to the Latin. So now,
can we bring Healthy back in?
Yeah, yes. Oh, sorry, is she out? My bad. Okay, and then where was I? Oops. Boom. No, Lucifer's not in the Textus Receptus. Let's see. Was Lucifer in the Coverdale Bible? That's mainly William Tyndale, who happens to be the father of modern English. Yes, Lucifer appears in the Coverdale Bible. So William Tyndale did about 85% of the translation of the King James, and he was burnt at the stake for translating the Bible into the common tongue so other people can read it and expose the Catholic Church for the fraudulent fucks they are. And then anyways, so yeah, this is a very important guy known as the father of modern English that just happened to speak 7 different languages. So he used the Latin for the name Lucifer. And then everyone else went out there, thou fair morning star is what he put. So
Lucifer is the Latin.
Correct.
Right, so he kept the Latin word. He didn't translate the Latin
absolutely. Word. That's what I just said. He kept the Latin word Lucifer.
Yeah. My suspicion is why he kept that is because he did have in Revelations where Jesus was calling himself the morning star.
Jesus is the morning star. Lucifer is not the morning star.
Okay, what does Lucifer literally mean?
Lucifer means light bearer.
No, that's a paraphrase.
The word in Latin literally means light bearer or morning star.
Yeah, light bearer is a paraphrase. Morning star is a literal translation.
Can you be named something that you're not?
Not if it's in the Bible. The Bible's 100% accurate, right?
Well, someone can be named something.
Who is the light of this world?
Jesus.
Okay, who is the way, the truth, and the life?
Jesus.
Okay, so does that mean the same for every morning star? If you're the light of this world, if you're the light bringer, the light bearer?
Yeah, in Job, all the sons of God. What was that? Hold on.
They're all morning stars. They sing
Yeah, they're
together.
all
But
morning
listen,
stars. Yes.
so they're all bringers of light, right?
Well, a light bearer isn't something that can generate light.
So would they all be stars, since
It's
stars
only
bear
a
light?
yeah, it can reflect the light or bear it. You know what I'm saying?
So morning stars are just stars, right?
No, they're angels.
They're angels. Okay, well,
Okay.
that's
Real quick, like so you see there right near the bottom of what you have up, the Hebrew text, Isaiah 14:12, where it says shining one.
Right.
That is a much more accurate translation. The issue is they tried to inject some of the Greek, right, which gave them, instead of shining one, it gave them morning star.
Speculative.
What? No, it's literally part of Greek mythology. Morning star. That's why it wasn't part of the Hebrew text.
Yeah. Well,
Jerome penned this. When was the Latin Vulgate that he put that down? So they're still calling it Lucifer. It's still a name.
Well, and I also think that, it's very, it's.
How has he fallen from heaven?
Let me say this though too, because I'm just telling you, man. When I hear people speak Latin, it sounds fucking devilish to me. The whole language, and that's
Did you
why
watch The Exorcist by any chance? Is that possible that
I've
was what happened?
definitely seen The Exorcist. That fucked me up when I was a kid. Actually,
It was meant to. Okay, but
that was the only movie that fucked me up.
Are we going to assume that demons speak Latin just because it was in a movie?
No. That's not why I'm saying that. I'm just telling you, every time I hear Latin, it just sounds fucking devilish.
It does, because you think when they're talking to Jesus, they're talking to Lucifer because they say light or morning star in their language, and you think it's saying Lucifer as in the devil. So no wonder you have a huge confusion with what they worship.
No, I've always known Lucifer to mean light bearer.
Right, but not Satan. That's been added in because the New Testament writers needed a place to stick it, I guess. I don't know. But Satan is not the same as Lucifer, unless Jesus is the same as Satan.
But this is why I'm saying when he changed citizenship, that's when his name changed.
I don't see any evidence of a change of citizenship. That seems to be something you've imported from your narrative.
What do you mean? We just read Isaiah 14:12.
When was he cast down? Before the fall? Because before
be brought down to hell to the side of the pit.
Brandon, I asked you the other day, and you told me that the fall of Lucifer, the rebellion, happened, and before the bite of the apple. So Satan had already been cast down to the earth. Okay, but Satan is not
exactly why Adam was assigned to keep or guard and protect the garden.
So is Satan the serpent?
Yes.
Okay, but they don't call him Satan.
What are you talking about? They don't call him Satan. What do you mean?
He's never referred to as Satan the whole time he's in the garden. Even in the whole Old Testament, they never call the serpent Satan.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not until the New Testament that those ideas.
Does the Old Testament ever call the serpent Satan? Oh, it says is. That serpent in the Garden of Eden.
Doesn't Satan just mean adversary, and isn't it more like a title than a name?
Yeah, well, Satan is.
But names always have meaning, though. With Greek with Hebrew and shit.
Yeah, a Satan is just someone you're basically fighting with. Ha-Satan is like the high Satan or like the Satan.
Oh yeah, Job 1 and 2. Duh.
I've never
Satan
heard
appears as the accuser.
Yeah, calling Satan the accuser is not calling the serpent Satan.
Oh, okay, that was the question. But the Old Testament does not directly say the serpent in Eden was Satan. That identification comes from the later biblical connection made in the New Testament. So
what
that's
was
where,
that?
so to you, there's a complete disconnect from the
Yes.
to me, the Old Testament and the New Testament represent the two witnesses.
Okay, but see, you don't the Hebrews didn't look at the Satans or anything like that as a bad thing. The Satan was meant to bring about virtue by tempting you, because without temptation you could not exercise virtue. He was considered a blessing sent by Hashem.
So I am confused, though, Will. Like,
It's
why?
only the New Testament that brings
This is
a
what's
bad light on
blowing my
Satan.
mind. So, but you're telling me that there's no narrative tie from the Old Testament and the New Testament?
Not about Satan. Satan is brought back like a recalled character and beefed up, because if he's the serpent, and I told you this the other night, he was cursed in the garden to eat dust and crawl on his belly. But then by the time we have him meeting Jesus in the wilderness, he's the ruler of this world standing on his own feet. Okay, so either he broke out of the curse and Yahweh's curse didn't mean a thing, or that's not the same guy. Because as far as I know, snakes still crawl on their bellies and eat dust.
Well, as far as it still refers to him as a red dragon and everything.
A red dragon is a very different idea than the serpent in the garden. No description of the serpent in the garden is a dragon.
Well, dragons are very serpent-like, wouldn't you agree?
Okay. Dragons have legs and shit and don't crawl on their bellies and eat dust.
Yeah.
Satan,
hold on. Crawl exclude legs now?
Let me ask you a question. Did the serpent receive the curse from Yahweh after the fall, after the bite of the apple? Okay. And did that curse that was on man, woman, and serpent, did those get lifted?
Did the curse off of man and woman get lifted?
Well, all of them, all three, the man, the woman, and the serpent. Did the curses get lifted?
No. But just to be clear, before, Lucifer was this beautiful angel where all of his skin was jewels and gold.
No, that's not what that's talking about. It's talking about Hiram Abiff. If you want to go to that, we can look at it again. It's describing the inside of the temple in the holiest of holies, where he was allowed to go as an outsider to help build the temple. Cerberus, you might know more about Hiram than I do, though.
Yeah, most of what I know isn't going to be in the Bible.
You're right.
I mean, truth is important, right?
I would say so. I would say that importing your own narrative in to try and be right is a bad idea.
You're talking about when he's sitting there talking to the king of Tyre, and he says that you were in the garden and you were in
the mountain. You were in the mountain of God, which is the temple. That's the temple.
You think
with the two pillars outside? Yes, it's the mountain of God.
Fuck? Oh man!
It is a representation of God's mountain here on earth.
See, so one of us is clinging to a fucking position that is absolutely untrue, right? We can both agree to that.
Absolutely untrue. Yeah, one of us is wrong. Sure.
One of us is definitely fucking.
It's possible that we're both wrong.
Sure,
but it's not possible that we're both right.
Correct.
It does call Tyrus Hiram by name, doesn't it? Or it calls him the king of Tyre.
Correct.
Right. So it's identifying the subject of who it's talking about.
Hold on, man. Let's get.
You're implying there's a change, but there's no indication in the text that it changes subject. It's just beefing up. And I've told you before that this is poetic, and we went over this with Abraham.
Yeah, I know. We just went over this the other night.
Right. A lot of this is poetry. We had to do this multiple times. So, we can do it here with the description of Hiram.
And let me just do this real quick.
Could you mute Numi? Because he is snoring all over the mic.
Is he snoring? I don't.
You don't hear that? Seriously. No. Does anyone else hear the snoring?
Did it fix it?
Yep.
Oh, no.
That big lummox.
You know what I mean? That's what a couple of fucking quarter pounders will do to you. So, all right. Now I lost my fucking page.
I'm sorry, Brandon.
Okay,
I have
Ezekiel
Yeah,
28. Ezekiel 28. Boom. Bang. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus. Okay, we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with principalities. A prince is a principality. It is not a fucking king, the child of the king,
well, now if that's true,
Disney wants you to believe.
Okay, so I'll grant you that. If that's true, then he only has authority in Tyre.
As far this particular principality, yes.
And if that's Lucifer, then apparently you don't need to worry about Lucifer unless you're in Tyre.
Well, I'll just say that we've definitely revealed some jurisdictions, haven't we?
If that's what it means, but I don't believe that that's what it means. So, but if you would like to assume that that's a principality, then I'll grant you that and say if that's true, then that prince, that spirit prince, is the prince of Tyre, and therefore that's his jurisdiction and nowhere else.
Well, there's but
Tyre is a southern city in a coastal city in southern Lebanon, and it's controlled by Hezbollah right now. And
oh my God!
Again,
here we go again.
We're going way off of the track.
Jesus, anyway. Thank you, Leslie, for the update.
Well,
we'll keep us posted.
There's an antichrist in control of Tyre today.
I know, but we got a whole year before he kills us all, so we're good.
I didn't say that. We could
Why
be
don't you
hundreds
just
of
calm
years
down?
in the end.
Just calm down.
I am calm, but I was claiming we're maybe less than a year or two away from the nuclear war.
Okay.
And the destruction. Isaiah 24. I didn't.
Did you take your meds? War. Just calm down. Getting really
worried. I'm claiming though that Satan sure likes to jump into wealthy and powerful men. Are what he likes to take possession of. So it seems to me like because of the curse, that's why he has to take possession and shit.
Okay, but show me where it says in the text that he is indwelt by the devil.
Who, Tyrus?
The prince of Tyrus.
That's a principality. But anyway.
Okay. So now we've got Son of Man, go and tell the spirit of Tyrus this thing. Is that what it is? He's supposed to go and tell an angel some shit? Is that what you're telling me? This
is kind of like the Prince of Persia that Michael had to stop so they could get messages to Daniel because they.
So I understand how they can reach us, but is there a hotline to the principalities that he's supposed to call? Or do you write a scroll and bury it in the dirt?
Well, I'm pretty certain if God himself is telling this prophet, Ezekiel, son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, thus saith the Lord God, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am God. I sit in the seat of God in the midst of the seas. Yet thou art a man and not God. Thou
art of man. Thou art a man, so not a principality.
No. Hold on, man, because there's also another verse where God says you're going to die like a man.
Because he is a man. It's already said. Yeah, it's because it says he is a man, so of course he's going to die like a man.
But he's talking about Satan. He's talking to Satan.
I don't see that in the text. You're importing that idea from the
not right here. I'm saying there's another verse, and I'll find it in a minute, where God is telling Satan, "You're gonna I'm gonna put you in human form, and you're gonna die like a human being."
Okay, but we're talking about the king of Tyre.
Right now, we're talking about the Prince of Tyrus.
Do you believe there's only one demon or many?
Was the prince, when it says prince, are you sure they're not referring to the king?
A prince is a prince of here. Let's do this. Let me go like
I'm
this.
just saying that the header says Tyre's
Where's my-
king overthrown. Why would it say that in the King James?
Boom. Hold
Why
on.
would it headline it like that?
Let me do this. Prince.
Oh, I remember that search.
Let's do prince. In a general sense, a sovereign, the chief and independent ruler of a nation or state. Thus, when he speaks of the princes of Europe, we include emperors and kings, hence a chief in general as a prince of the celestial host. A sovereign in a certain territory, one who has the government of a particular state or territory, but holds of a superior to whom he owes a certain services, as the prince of the German states. 3, the son of a king or emperor or issue of royal family, as princes of the blood in England, the eldest son of the king is created Prince of Wales. Let's do principalities real quick.
Wait, you didn't finish. There's the chief of any body of men, chief or ruler.
Do you
of
not
either
think Satan
sex.
has little princes under him that someone else
that
could be
that
a
is
prince
not
under
pertinent.
Satan?
That is not pertinent to the discussion.
Yeah,
It is because it says prince. So he's
hold
not
on.
the king.
What he's reading is pertinent. Yeah.
Let me just read this. In Scripture, that this name Prince is given to God. Daniel 8:11. To Christ, who is called the Prince of Peace. Isaiah 9:6, and the Prince of Life, Acts 3:15. To the chief of the priests, the Prince of the Sanctuary, Isaiah 43:28. To the Roman Emperor, Daniel 9:29. To men of superior worth and excellence, Ecclesiastes 10:7. To nobles,
Hold on, wait.
counselors.
Stop. Where is the verse that we're looking at that has Prince in it? And
Back
you're
here.
saying, okay, so what is that verse? And that is Ezekiel.
Ezekiel
So
28.
yeah, and where is it in that list of verses there that you just had on the other screen? The other screen where you looked up the definition.
Hold on, I'm
It's got
trying to find the tab, dude. Hold up. There we go.
Oh, okay, I didn't want you to be confused about what I was saying. So we need Ezekiel down there for Prince. Where's that? It's got to be more then.
You are such a dick, dude.
No, I'm serious. I
Whatever.
want to make sure
You're
that's
a
the
fucking sneaky little fucker. Anyway.
Oh, why? Because I want to make sure that's the word they're using, and not a King James substitute.
No, you don't, because you fucking.
So
you've
can
been
you
in the ring
choose?
some couple of times.
Look at the choices. Look at the choices you had there, and can you just isolate one and say this is what it means, and none of the others?
Let's do this. Is Ezekiel 28, when he's talking to the Prince of Tyrus, is that prince a principality?
Principality. Well, I mean, of course, if he's got any king or prince will have like some sort of rulership.
All right. In Ezekiel 28, the Prince of Tyrus is first and foremost referring to the human ruler of the city of Tyre, not explicitly a principality, in the sense of a spiritual being. However, many Christians believe the passage also contains a deeper spiritual reference behind the human ruler. The passage begins, Son of man, say unto the Prince of Tyrus, Thus saith the Lord, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am God, I sit in the seat of God. The Hebrew word translated prince is nagid, which means a leader, ruler, or prince. It is a term used for human rulers. For example, Saul and David are called nagid in some passages. The Prince of Tyrus is commonly understood as the king or ruler of Tyre, likely connected with the historical king Ithabal or whatever the second, though identifying the exact king is debated. However, the second half of Ezekiel 28 shifts in language. Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was thy covering. And thou art the anointed cherub that covereth, and I have set thee so. Because a human king was not literally a cherub who was in Eden, many interpreters see this as a symbolic description of the spiritual power influencing the king, often associated with Satan's fall. This connects with the New Testament idea that spiritual powers can operate behind earthly rulers. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world. So the distinction is Prince of Tyrus, Ezekiel 28, a human ruler of Tyre; anointed cherub, Ezekiel 28:14, interpreted by many Christians as referring to Satan or a spiritual being behind the ruler; principality, Ephesians 6:12, a term for spiritual authorities, not the normal meaning of the Hebrew word nagid in Ezekiel 28. So, Ezekiel 28 does not call the prince of Tyre a principality, but many Christians understand the passage as revealing a spiritual power behind the earthly prince. And I
Brandon, if you
agree.
would you read what I wrote here in the private chat, or do you have too many
What
tabs
is
up?
it? No?
Well, and the change becomes poetic, and when it's describing that passage, the cherub was on the wall of the holiest of holies in the temple in Jerusalem, and the precious stones were its covering. And he's being likened poetically to his craftsmanship because he helped build the temple, and then he became very proud and wealthy.
Okay, that's an interesting theory. Let's check that out. So, how would I phrase this question? Now, hold on a second.
Ask about the decorations inside the temple in Jerusalem, about the cherubim.
Can you tell me about the temple in Jerusalem and the cherubim? Yes, the cherubim in the temple in Jerusalem are one of the most significant symbols in the Old Testament. They were not portrayed as cute angelic features like in later art, but as majestically heavenly beings associated with God's throne and presence. The cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant. When God gave Moses instructions for the tabernacle, he commanded that the two cherubim be made of gold and placed on the mercy seat, the lid of the ark. And thou shalt make two cherubims of gold of beaten work, shalt thou make them in two ends of the mercy seat. Is Exodus 25:18. Their wings were stretched out over the mercy seat. And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings. Exodus 25:20. God then said, and there I will meet with thee, and I will continue with thee from above the mercy seat, from between the two cherubims. Exodus 25:22. This is why the area above the ark was associated with the throne of God. Cherubim in Solomon's temple. When Solomon built the temple in Jerusalem, the Holy of Holies contained much larger cherubim. And within the oracle he made two cherubim of olive tree, then each 10 cubits high. 1 Kings 6:23. Their wings stretched across the entire inner sanctuary, and the wing of the one cherub was 10 cubits, and the wing of the other cherub was 10 cubits. 1 Kings 6:24 through 26. They stood in the most holy place where the Ark of the Covenant was kept. What did the cherubim represent? The cherubim are repeatedly connected with the presence and throne of God. God is described as dwelling between the cherubim. O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, that dwelleth between the cherubims. 1 Samuel 4:4. God is described as riding upon cherubim, and he rode upon a cherub and did fly. Psalms 18:10. Ezekiel's vision describes cherubim Carrying the glory of God's throne, Ezekiel 10. Connection to Eden. Cherubim are also mentioned after Adam and Eve were expelled from Eden. He drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword. Genesis 3:24. Many interpreters see a connection. The cherubim guard access to the God's holy presence in Eden, and later the temple symbolically represents God's dwelling place among his people. Where the temple cherubim were the temple cherubim like angels. They were heavenly beings, but scripture gives them a unique role. In Ezekiel's visions, cherubim have symbolic features, and everyone had 4 faces and everyone had 4 wings. Ezekiel 10:14 through 15. They represent holiness, God's glory, and his authority, especially his throne. So in the temple, the cherubim were not objects of worship. They were symbolic of God's heavenly throne and the reality that Israel's God dwelt among his people. The ark, with its cherubim, was the earthly representation of his throne. Damn, I need a drink of water after that.
That was some good reading, man.
That
was a lot. Yeah, I don't even think you stumbled. I think you did really good.
I did okay on that one.
If they'd have given you a lot of those names, though, those weird Hebrew names, you'd have been dead in the water, buddy.
Okay, now I'm telling. I forgot our fucking argument. As well.
I can't hear you, Brandon. He's chugging. I can hear him chug. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I had to walk to my little water cooler to get some water real quick.
Refreshing.
Now I forgot our fucking argument, though.
Oh, well, we were talking about
the. Oh, okay. You know
the coverings of the cherubim being not the cherubim on the ark, but in the temple itself, which he's responsible.
But we're talking about King of Tyre, though.
Okay. I put a lot in the private chat. Okay, but I'll
let me go to it.
I'll read
now
it.
Everybody else is fucking chimed in, so now I don't know where we're at, even in the private chat.
Okay, so I was just saying that
this must be an interesting conversation. So we're getting some action tonight, Will.
Okay. Well, I know I told you that the precious stones were coverings for the cherubims, but these are the ones carved into the masonry. And the sentence or the verses are being poetic, likening him to his own craftsmanship building it, and saying because that's its covering. The jewels were collected by David and Solomon, and you can read where they were getting pissed. And it's one of the reasons that Rehoboam lost the kingdom, because when they confronted Rehoboam, Solomon's son, about the taxes, and he said, instead of lowering it, that whatever his father did was just half of it, that he was gonna raise it up, and they're really gonna feel it. So the other tribes left.
Okay,
and everybody yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry, I'm just trying to formulate a question here.
Okay, and let me just finish the last part of that, which was that because of those taxes, the people of Israel associated those taxes with Tyre and Hiram, and it created resentment because that's where they felt like their taxes were going to pay for all those materials, and that they were being overcharged, even though the monarchy didn't want to stop taxing them even after the temple was built.
Are you using extra biblical sources for that?
Some.
Let me just see.
But you can read it. You can read it in the text. It's not hidden. It's right there in the text. Look at what happened with Rehoboam. Look how Rehoboam responds to the people when they come after him about not lowering the taxes.
Ooh, what was that?
What'd you fart?
No, something just drew a whole lot of power and made my little generator go brrr, you know what I mean? I think I might need to get a new water cooler. So anyhow, okay, so now are these...
No, that makes sense because you just took some water out, right? and then it's got to recool that space that's left, right? So it's never mind. Go ahead, do your thing.
It did something. It kicked it on, and it's fucking dimmed the lights and shit real quick. So hopefully it doesn't shut my computer off. Anyway, are these verses referring to the throne room of God, of the temple? I mean, of the temple, right?
What was the question? I couldn't hear you.
I'm asking if these verses in Ezekiel, let me do that. Boom.
Hey, Sammy. Sorry, I was just greeting Sammy out there.
Do that.
And Clockwork, and DeFreak, and Pseudonym, and all the people that I've accidentally not said hello to. Hey.
Okay, so these verses you quoted from Ezekiel 28, 13 through 15 are not directly describing the physical temple in Jerusalem. Oh, no, that's not what I asked. Okay, I fucked up on my question. I don't think I want to read all that.
No, I think you should. I think you should peek through it. You don't have to read it out loud, but I think you should look at what it's...
No, I'll read it out loud then. Fuck it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's worth looking since you did it.
Yeah. The verses you quoted from Ezekiel 28, 13 through 15 are not directly describing the physical temple in Jerusalem, but many interpreters see them as using temple and heavenly throne room imagery to describe the glory, privilege, and fall of the one being addressed. The immediate context is the king of Tyrus. Son of man, take up lamentation against the king of Tyrus. The first layer is a judgment against human king of Tyre. What was that? Anyway, sorry. Who was proud and exalted himself. Thine heart was lifted up, and thou hast said, I am God, I sit in the seat of God. Ezekiel 28:2. However, the imagery in verses 13 through 15 goes beyond what most people would expect of a human ruler. Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God. Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. These are phrases why many Christian interpreters see a symbolic reference to Satan's fall or a spiritual being behind the earthly ruler. Connection to the temple. I mean, if you were if you were Satan, would you take possession of rich dudes instead of poor dudes? You know what I'm saying?
If that's understand what it's saying though, it's being brought in. It's not the immediate. It's one that's, I would call it special pleading, but you would call it a type.
You're saying I would. You know what I mean? I'd be.
I'm saying you would call it a typological. What do you call it? The prophecy. A
typology.
A typology. That's the word y'all guys use.
Connection to the temple. The imagery does resemble the heavenly reality symbolized by the temple. One, cherubim. The temple had cherubim over the mercy seat. And there I will meet with thee, and I will commune with thee from above the mercy seat, from between the two cherubims. Exodus 25:22. God is repeatedly described as dwelling between the cherubim. O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, that dwelleth between the cherubims. Isaiah 37:16. 2. Holy mountain. The temple mount in Jerusalem, Mount Zion, is called God's holy mountain.
All right, stop. Don't skip past that. It's really important you understand what they just said there.
The temple mount in Jerusalem, Mount Zion, is called God's holy mountain.
Okay, now, and where was Hiram building the temple at?
I don't know where.
On the Temple Mount, God's holy mountain. Remember, it said that you have been on God's holy mountain and walked back and forth between the flame, or the altar, if you will, the altars. But yeah, that's what it's talking about when it says God's holy mountain. It's the Temple Mount in Jerusalem where Solomon and Hiram were building God's temple. That's why it applies to Hiram.
So, but where does Hiram come into Ezekiel 20?
He's the king of Tyre.
Oh,
Hiram,
Hiram is the king of Tyre.
yes, yeah, Hiram is the king of Tyre that they're referring to in all this. That's
So
that
he was in Eden.
he was. That's poetic. We've been over this the other day when I was in here.
Yeah,
That the
everything's literal
description.
until it's poetic.
I never said it was literal. Okay, I'm telling you that it's poetic. He's comparing Hiram with his handiwork. He's known for this. If you read what Solomon and him did in was it Chronicles or whatever, is that when it's talking about, or is it Kings? I think it's Kings. Anyway, the point being, if you read the relationship between them and how he even comes into it at all, he's helping Solomon build the temple that David started collecting for. Okay, and that's why he's there. That's all of the poetry around it is to describe why
So
the
we're
people
definitely coming
are
back to
outraged.
this. We're definitely.
Okay.
I'm highlighting that because we're coming back to it.
Fair enough.
Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Psalms 48:1. But Ezekiel's language also resembles the heavenly mountain of God's presence, like in other prophetic visions. 3 precious stones, the jewels in Ezekiel 28:13, resemble priestly and heavenly imagery. The high priest's breastplate had precious stones. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. Exodus 28:18. And the heavenly throne vision in Revelation also uses precious stones. And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone. Revelation 4:3. So it is the temple throne room. So is it the temple throne room? A careful answer. Not the earthly temple itself. Ezekiel does not say you were in Solomon's temple or describe the temple layout. It uses throne room imagery associated with God's presence, which the earthly temple represented. Many Christians understand it as describing a heavenly cherub who had access to God's presence and fell through pride, often identified as Satan. This is why Ezekiel 28 is often studied alongside Isaiah 14:12 through 15. I will exalt myself and all of that. And Revelation 12:7 through 9. The dragon cast down from heaven. The common theme is a glorious being who rebelled against God's authority and was judged. So now, what was my question? Just copy that. Okay, so is based the temple?
No, we could see the third temple built before Tyre is desolated.
Okay.
Mountain talking about heaven. The phrase God's holy mountain can refer to Mount Zion in Jerusalem, but in some biblical passage, it also carries a heavenly or eschatological future kingdom meaning. The
Special
context,
pleading. I'm
What was
sorry.
that?
I categorize future kingdom as special pleading, but go ahead.
So when you say special pleading, you mean that that's like
As meaning as an excuse why it didn't already happen.
Okay.
We can discuss it later if you want to. It's just the way I categorize typology and eschatology.
Interesting.
Or at least this prophecy.
Right. So the context determines which meaning is intended. 1, Mount Zion is as the earthly temple mount. In many Old Testament passages, Holy Mountain refers to Jerusalem/Zion, where God chose to place his temple. For the Lord hath chosen Zion, he hath desired it for his habitation. Psalms 132:13. Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Psalms 48:1. Here, the mountain of his holiness is referring to Mount Zion, the location of the temple. 2. Mount Zion as a picture of God's heavenly dwelling. Some passages use Zion imagery to point beyond the earthly mountain to God's heavenly kingdom. For example, "But ye are come unto Mount Zion, and unto the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem." Hebrews 12:22. The writer of Hebrews contrasts the earthly experience at Mount Sinai with the believer's spiritual access to the heavenly Jerusalem. 3. Ezekiel 28:14, the holy mountain of God. When Ezekiel says, "Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God, thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire." Ezekiel 28:14. It does not appear to be simply about the physical Temple Mount in Jerusalem, because the person described is also the anointed cherub that covereth, and is describing as a being in Eden and among the stones of fire. Those details point many interpreters towards a heavenly throne room setting, using imagery that is also reflected in the temple. Summary: Mount Zion in Jerusalem equals God's earthly holy mountain where the temple stood. Heavenly Zion / heavenly Jerusalem equals the ultimate dwelling place of God. Ezekiel 28's holy mountain of God is likely using heavenly throne room imagery rather than describing the physical Temple Mount. The Bible often presents the earthly temple as a pattern or shadow of the heavenly reality. Who serve unto the example and shadow of heavenly things. Hebrews 8:5. So now that I just had another question and now I fucking forgot it. Hold on.
I know the signs of a rabbit hole when I see one.
I love the biblical rabbit holes are fucking awesome. Dude.
Well, I'm glad we could light this fire together.
Yeah, and
that's going to be out under the fourth temple, though.
I just had another question and I'm fucking losing it. Hold on.
Well, it is 2 a.m. Oh, well, it's 2 here. It's not.
What? Fuck,
it's 2 a.m. here. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta fill up the generator. I didn't realize it was already 11 o'clock.
All right, Leslie. Scream about the future.
Well, if they build the temple now, they're going to need a fourth, and that may refer to the Antichrist out under the fourth temple, because that's coming. This one world Islamic empire, and the Prince of Tyre would be a prince under the Antichrist, because he would be. And it couldn't be spiritual, and it must be. Just like the Prince of Persia that Michael had to be, and Gabriel, they all got to fight with these spirits to even get Daniel a message. There's a whole spirit world too. But if they make the third temple now, they're going to need a fourth. Because Jerusalem, even Daniel 9:25, that wall's coming down. Because that's part of what in 9:25, there's a call that goes out to rebuild Jerusalem, including that wall, the streets, but including the wall even. That's the wall they pray at. That's all coming down, it says. So if they build the temple now, they'll need a fourth. And that will refer to the guy out there under the fourth temple, not the third. Not that they're going to build the third right now. Looks like war is coming.
Did you guys know that cashews come from a fruit?
Yeah. It's called an apple. And it's incredibly poisonous.
Cashews come from a fruit. Lasagnas are cake.
So what was your problem there with the Prince of Tyre? That it could be spiritual? Is that what your problem was? That that's kind of that he was in Eden would refer to some spiritual person infesting a human? You don't believe humans can be infested? like Legion?
I
There
mean,
can be a whole
maybe he's not here.
infestation.
No, he was just pointing out that the Bible's talking about the king of Tyre. That's that.
Who was also in Eden. So there's something spiritual going on too, because the Prince of Tyre couldn't live this dang long. But I mean, he can't live. How long can he live? He's human, right? If he was just a
Or
human.
it's just a poem mocking him. Yeah.
Cashews come from a fruit. Did you know the cashews come from a fruit?
Got it just in time, dude. Totally.
I missed something. I don't understand what your problem with this all was then, Will. Explain to me.
Will's not here anymore.
What do you mean Will's not here anymore?
He had to go to bed.
What the fuck?
He had to be a disciplined person and go bed.
That's
which makes me sad.
Donkey dick, dude. That
Yeah,
we were on a roll, Will. What the fuck, man? Anyway.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah.
Did you know that cashews are a fruit? They come from a
fruit. Cashews are a fruit.
Well, they come from a fruit. I misspoke.
I was gonna say I thought cashews was a nut.
No, they come from a fruit.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't doubt they come from a fruit. I suppose.
So technically, they're meat.
Huh. Are cashews a fruit? Or
they
come from a fruit?
Yeah, they're a seed of a fruit.
If you mean are cashews a fruit, the answer is yes and no, depending on what you mean. The cashew tree produces a fruit called the cashew apple. A fleshly pear-shaped part is the actual fruit. The cashew nut that we eat is actually the seed of the cashew fruit. And interesting. I did not know that, though.
They do come from a fruit.
Interesting.
Buscus taught us this a while ago.
Well, and the Bible even talks about, seeds are like the healthiest thing you can eat.
Maybe that's nope. Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna be good.
Well, like if I've heard a lot about people are getting big into peach seeds now.
No, don't eat the cyanide.
I'm gonna be good. I'm not gonna comment what I was originally gonna say.
What? What was it?
Well, you said that the fruits are the healthiest thing we can eat, and I was gonna say maybe that's why Dave eats a certain seed.
Yeah, that's why Dave likes sailors.
The seed. Sorry. How's your guys' night?
It's going well. So yeah,
also I'd be careful. I'd be careful trusting ChatGPT. Just to put that out there.
Well, I mean, it's very handy for fact checking and shit. I don't look at ChatGPT as my spiritual leader or anything. I'm just saying it is handy though that you got something that can quickly fact check things, because when you just have endless fucking arguments where it just everything continues to turn into nuh-uh. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, that's why it's nice to have something that's not emotionally attached, that has the entire Bible totally memorized, can also examine all of the history surrounding it in a matter of seconds, is pretty handy tool. I like it. For fact checking and shit, you know what I mean?
Did you know that the ocean is a soup?
That the ocean is a sea?
A soup.
Yeah, why is it? Are you about ready to take a crack at evolutionists or what?
I mean, I believe in certain parts of evolution.
Oh yeah, like what?
Part.
I do believe that species of animals do evolve over periods of time to adapt to survivability.
Right. So you're talking about adaptive, adaptation for sure. That's obvious. Yes, that's real.
But that falls under evolution.
That's
Well,
all
it's
evolution is.
Yep.
what was that? Did you say that's all evolution is?
Yeah, that's all evolution is.
No, that's not all evolution is, because you're taking a major leap from adaptation to, to, um, just one single cell organism. What's the word I'm looking for? It's right on the tip of my brain. Common ancestry. You're taking a huge leap from adaptation to common ancestry. Those are two totally different things. That's why you got 6 different types of evolution. So you can't just say, adaptation is evolution. That's not.
No, you're talking about something outside of evolutionary theory. Piecing everything back together going in the past isn't strictly what evolution is.
Say that one more time, like your mic was low.
Piecing everything together going back in time isn't specifically what evolution is. Evolution is specifically the process of adaptation and diversification.
Yeah, but again, you know what I mean? As far as like, sure, if you start out with a fully grown chicken, male chicken and a female chicken, and then they, mate and give birth to a new little chicken, what I mean? You'll see speciation and adaptation from that point. But that's why I'm saying you can't take that and turn it into this common ancestry garbage. That's a huge leap.
I mean, I don't think it's a huge leap, but that's still a separate question. You believe in evolution.
That's a huge leap?
Yeah, you believe in evolution. You just don't believe in common ancestry.
No, I believe in adaptation of kinds, but that God created all of these different kinds of animal, and they're limited to, procreate within their kind. That's why, a monkey can't have sex with a, with a fucking, bear and have a half monkey bear. You know what I'm saying? It won't work. It doesn't work genetically.
Yeah, monkey bear sounds like
with evolution.
Because if it did, we'd probably have a whole lot of half sheep people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Monkey bear sounds like a new horror movie.
Say
like cocaine bear.
both were talking.
Well, it's not just one missing
agrees
link.
with you.
I mean, it's not just one missing link. I mean, all the links are missing. They would say that because we don't know where the dog came from. That's an unknown missing link. Like we're all related.
No, we know where we know where most species.
We
know where most species of dogs came from.
And the cats, right? Because there's.
Let me do it like this.
Well, what came before the cat? What came before the dog?
What are the 6 types of evolution?
Of
6 different kinds of evolution.
I mean, we do know common ancestors of both dogs and cats.
It should actually start with chemical evolution.
All right. So microevolution, macroevolution, divergent evolution, convergent evolution, parallel evolution, and coevolution. So this is where, let's just break them on down.
Ask it, what is the theory of evolution?
What is the theory of evolution?
Because these things aren't really the theory of evolution.
Actually, this brings up a good point in your one debate over this one thing we all came from. There is no one thing.
What is the theory of evolution?
Bacteria, there would have been molds, there would have been fungi, there would have been, none of them are all related to each other. The primal element, the primal species were not related to each other even.
The theory of evolution is the scientific explanation that populations of living organisms change over generations, and that all living things are related through a history of descent with modification. In modern biology, evolution refers to changes in the heritable traits of populations over time. The basic ideas are commonly associated with Charles Darwin in his 1859 work on the origin of species, though modern evolutionary theory also incorporates genetics discovered after Darwin's time. The main mechanisms scientists study include natural selection. Individuals and population vary. Some variations give advantages in survival of reproduction. Those traits become more common over generations. Mutation. Changes occur in DNA. Some mutations can introduce new traits. Is there any mutation that shows an advancement of the species that we can see?
Well, evolution's a neutral stance. Define advancement.
Hold on, I'm taking a hit off my pipe here. What was that? Sorry?
Evolution takes a neutral stance to values. As a define advancement.
So, did you ask me to define advancement?
Yeah, because you asked about what would be an advancement. Evolution doesn't deal with advancement.
Yeah, just a mutation that makes the creature better, or makes it, I don't know, like a better hunter or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. Well, for evolution, it's better as in relation to the environment it's in. Right? It's not like a better overall thing. It's just better to where it is.
Well, that would, that falls back under the natural selection
like
category,
dwarf frogs on islands, all the dwarf.
Yeah, natural selection is essentially the dying of things. And mutation is how the things change that they might die or live.
All right. So genetic drift, random changes in gene frequencies, especially in small populations. 4 gene flow. Movement of genes between populations through migration and reproduction. 5 sexual selection. Traits become more common because they improve mating success. Evolutionary theory explains things such as why organisms share genetic similarities, how populations adapt to environments, how new species can arise. A key distinction in science is that theory does not mean a guess. In science, a theory is a well-supported explanatory framework based on evidence. However, different people and religious traditions interpret the implications of evolutionary theory differently. Some Christians accept evolutionary biology while believing God guided creation. Others hold to forms of creationism that reject common ancestry or parts of evolutionary theory. If you are asking from a biblical KJV perspective, I can also explain how traditional doctrine of creation compares with evolutionary theory. So I'm pretty sure we've all heard that argument before, right?
There's a couple of good studies on this you want to look up if you ever get another debate. One would be fruit flies, that we have done this in thousands of classrooms across the country in about 3rd grade. And every deviant you can imagine of that fruit fly has been done. There is no others that we know of, can't find them. And when left alone in its original environment, it reverts back to its normal state, the fruit fly. Another one, even more specific, would be the trillions and trillions of yeast that have been done in thousands of laboratories and in kitchens with these women for thousands of years, and still has turned into nothing but yeast. Because that's like billions of years when you put thousands and thousands of women making wine and gin and all these extracts, and for the thousands or however long we've been here.
Let me ask this question real quick. What are the different types of evolution that Kent Hovind describes?
I'm not a real big Kent Hovind fan.
Sure. No, I mean, but as far as for arguing young Earth and all that, he's excellent at that. You know what I mean?
He's got some good answers here and there.
Yeah.
Wasn't Kent Hovind the guy that claimed that fucking COVID wasn't real?
that COVID wasn't real?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think COVID was we made a boogeyman out of the flu, and then everybody got suckered into going and taking these fucking poisonous shots.
Did you get suckered into taking a poisonous shot there?
I didn't. No.
All right. I didn't either. It's mandatory here in New York, but I get to isolate because I'm out in the middle of nowhere and off the grid, so they just leave me alone. But self-isolation. But yeah, it was mandatory here. So you had to fight the beast, man.
Right. Hey, Smokey.
Be willing to die,
Yo.
What up, Smokey?
What's up?
What's good, my dude?
You know, Smokey don't like this young Earth shit.
I don't either. But
what?
And that's another problem I had with Ken Hovid was all this young Earth stuff. But that's okay. Some people believe that. I heard that from you the other day. I really was sad about that it's 6,000 years when I would say the fall was about 6,000 years ago. I don't even know we're 6,000 years yet, but it's close. It's got to be close somewhere.
Well, I think it's,
there's nothing saying anywhere that it doesn't, I think Gen 2 is even after the day of rest, which would have been 1,000 years when I read Psalms and Peter and several other of them ripped out books. But, there could have been huge eons back there, it also says, because he's the God of ages and all the ages and not necessarily just the 6,000 years. But I don't want to argue with other Christians here. And I'm out of power, too. But yeah, I was kind of sad about that, hoping to discuss that one day with you, too.
What is your problem, Pseudo? Why don't you fucking, I'm sorry that you don't like ChatGPT to, have some kind of fucking unemotional perspective on things. So, because you're obviously getting all emotional in the fucking chat. But anyways.
Does Ken Hovind call the change of non-living chemicals into living chemicals chemical evolution?
Why did all of a sudden your fucking mic volume fall off the fucking map?
I have no idea.
I can't turn it up. It won't let me turn it up. Anyways. So did Ken Elvin ask what, though? Cerberus?
Oh, yeah. I was checking something. Can you hear me?
Oh. I mean, I can hear you, but I mean, it's still... Your mic was louder earlier.
You might have to get closer to your mic, sir.
It's on my face.
It's fucking down his throat.
1 second. I might switch microphones here in a second. I was wondering, did Kent Hovind actually call the changing of non-living chemicals to living chemicals chemical evolution?
I mean, I don't think... he's always argued against that idea as far as, like, a group of chemicals, all of a sudden coming to life. He's, I don't think he's ever called it that, though. You know what I mean?
I was wondering, because they have it up there, or GPT has it up there.
Well,
the line between chemistry and biochemistry is arbitrary, basically. That's why I was wondering.
Right.
Why do you believe chemicals can magically come to life without some intervention from an intelligence?
Biochemistry isn't strictly just it isn't biology. We're talking like carbon compounds. There's just the chemistry involved in life is biochemistry.
I understand that, but there's still no evidence any of it's coming to life without some intelligence behind it. I mean, we can bring things to life now, even print, synthetic DNA and, kind of create little bacteriums and stuff. But there's an intelligence behind that. And there's no evidence of non-intelligence ever making anything.
No evidence of non-intelligence ever making it. I mean, I've seen lots of things that aren't made by intelligence.
Name one.
A rock.
Did you say a rock?
Yeah, a rock. A planet.
So I mean, again, though, then that's where we're at the cosmic evolution part, starting at the Big Bang. We got a lot of problems there. Then we have definitely have a lot of problems with the idea that a bunch of chemicals somehow, boom, formed a single-celled organism, and then all of the creatures that we see on Earth started there. I have a hard time buying that. You know what I mean?
There, does that sound better now? No, probably not.
Not much. So what did you want to say, Smokey? I'm sure you're ready to fucking drop some bombs, huh?
No, not really. I just popped in as whatever.
Wow. You're just in a chill mood tonight, huh?
No, I saw you going at why I spent a big chunk of time fucking running my jaw over at Christian King channel and saw you were live and Freeman was going at you about something or other and tier and whatever and I saw Leslie was here, and Leslie's particular brand of absolute nut job insanity tends to be able to relax me because I don't give a flying fornicated shit what the fuck he's talking about. So it kind of lets me just relax and zone it out like white fucking noise. So figured might as well take the opportunity.
Right. Pop on. All right. So, anyways, yeah, no, Will and I were having a good discussion, and then he had to go to bed. So, speaking of which, I probably ought to be getting my ass to bed soon.
You're on a generator to be here?
Well, yeah, I'm totally off the grid, dude. I got solar panels and generators.
Yeah,
I
run
love it.
lead acid batteries too.
I just bought this new, the Predator 2500 from Harbor Freight. I love this little unit, man. I wish it just had a bigger gas tank on it, dude. So I didn't have to go fill it up every like 5 or 6 hours or whatever.
Oh, I've never used a generator yet. Although I got an old car parked out there I could use if I need to. Even in the winter, I don't really need it.
It's like $600 for this little fucking generator, dude. And I mean, it's so good on gas. I love it.
I thought of buying one, nice little Honda Quiet or something. I seen them at the
That's what it is. It's just like a fucking knockoff of the Honda Quiet. That's exactly what it is. It's a damn good little unit, man. For $600, the Honda one is like $2,000.
And they used to be even more expensive.
Yeah,
they're affordable now. You can get little ones that are quite affordable, but going to get gas and stuff too. So I don't know. I just use my solar panels and my windmills, and been off the grid for probably over 10 years now. But I don't get a lot of power in the winter. So
yeah, that would suck. That's why you need to get you one of these little generators.
I thought about it.
Yeah, it's a good deal. Yeah, they're super good on gas, man. Like a 5-gallon can will run.
You can hook an inverter right up to your vehicle too, so you don't necessarily.
Yeah, but that uses way more gas than this little unit for sure.
I was curious how much gas they use.
Yeah, it's because yes, I mean I've thought of that too and everything, and no, you're sitting there letting your car idle and shit and running an inverter. You're gonna waste a lot of money in gas and fuck your car up. So I would recommend just getting you one of these little generators, dude. They're nice. For $600, and then you buy the 2-year warranty on it. So then
they dump in E15 in your gas out there. Is your gas E15? And your generators and cars are all right with that? Well, here they only got they moved us up from like E10 or E5 and stuff to E15. It means a lot more ethanol in your gas. It's almost water. You can't even use it in old cars.
Where are you? Like in Canada or what?
In the Finger Lakes area in New York.
So by Canada then?
Yeah, kind of. Canada's a few hours north. But I'm probably closer to Canada than I am New York City, sure. out in the middle of nowhere up here.
Nice. I'll bet you that's nice though, huh? Nice and woodsy and shit.
Yeah, used to be the Appalachians and the Catskills, and now it's all called part of Green Mountain Forest up in here. So that's the area. It's all National Forest is even just a mile up the road. And State Forest is all a mile over there, and the rest of this is all farm fields. And nearest city might be Ithaca, which might have, with the colleges up there, but
Sure.
about 20 miles away.
So do you have deer and stuff running around?
Yeah, they come through here all the time. Yeah, they can cross right here because I'm the lowest spot in the road. So when the floods come, they but no, they cross right here rather than up the hills. They cross my road out front, and raccoons and bear and everything come through here.
When I was working a deal and going to Philly all the time, we went with one guy that lived in Jersey. We went over to his house and partied for the night. And anyhow, I was blown away that Jersey was so, woodsy and everything. I wasn't expecting that, man. And it was all snowy at the time, and deer jumping across the road. I'm just like, what? I would have thought this place was not, woodsy at all. I was expecting to be much more city. You know what I mean?
And I would think Jersey is all city too, that it has woods like this. Most people, I tell them New York, they think I'm in the city too. I'm not. It's a 6-hour drive, and this is all woods around here. It's the mountains of New York. It's like, or it's like the Smokies or something down there. It's like the old mountains. It's where you're supposed to go. You got to get to when the armies start surrounding Jerusalem and stuff. Are ready to try and take the place. Get to the old mountains. Get away from the Rockies because they're going to get. They're going to try and nuke them suckers. They got to take out, all the military bases up there. They're going to be busting mountains soon. The mountain busters.
Speaking of deer, at some point, sir, we'll have to send you some venison jerky.
You can if you want, but I got a ton of it.
And I don't.
Got a ton of venison. You got deer jerky?
Yeah, I get a lot of deer every year.
You're a deer hunter?
Yeah.
What about elk, man?
Well, we don't got any elk around me. Otherwise, I would.
Elk is my favorite meat, dude. I don't know what I don't know what it is about elk meat, dude, but my body is always like, I want some more of that. Whatever that was.
You have a bunch of venison jerky, but you don't have my venison jerky, sir. There's difference.
Okay, I'll take it, whatever.
Well, if any of you motherfuckers want to send me some venison jerky, I'll fucking eat that. I love venison jerky.
I'm trying to figure out a new recipe though, because I don't want to use pepper flakes anymore.
Yeah, I don't know how to make. I've never been a deer hunter and shit, so
it's pretty fun.
No, I mean I've gone out deer hunting and stuff. Like I lived in Utah, so my cousins were big time into hunting and all of that shit. So I'd go out with them and everything, but I don't like watching fucking animals get fucking killed, man. I don't know. I'm a big pussy.
Have you tried drying it in just salt like they used to do pork and stuff?
Yeah, that's how I dehydrate my meat.
Whoa.
No dehydrator?
I mean, I know someone that would let me borrow theirs, but it just isn't the same in my opinion.
So what do? You just put it in salt and let it dry out naturally then?
Yeah, and then I do some secret stuff that I can't say. Otherwise I have to murder you.
Gross. I put it in racks like high above a fire is what I do.
Ooh, that's a good idea. I might try that.
Inside a teepee.
Don't lie. You literally put it in a teepee?
Yeah, I mean it's not like a teepee you would sleep in, but yeah, it's a skid teepee.
Damn, getting all Indian with it and shit.
I am a Mohawk.
Oh, you're a bow hunter?
A Mohawk, but yes, I am also a bow hunter.
You're talking smoking it. You're smoking your meats then.
Yeah. I'm doing both. I'm jerkying it and smoking it.
Yeah. Have any of you guys ever had ostrich meat?
Yep.
I have.
Is
I've had
it
ostrich
good?
eggs.
It is unique.
I've been told it tastes just like filet mignon, dude.
I didn't have that impression, but it does taste like most fowl.
It does kind of have that foul taste to it.
It's got like, it's hard to explain. It's
greasy.
If you
bird?
cook it right, yeah,
greasy.
Kind of greasy bird, kind of like pheasant.
Yeah.
You try.
Might have had a pheasant. If you've ever had duck, maybe.
I haven't had duck, but like it's not because I don't want to eat duck. It's more of like everybody that I know that raises ducks usually raise them as pets, and they're kind of touchy about eating them.
See, this shit looks good, dude. That's what I mean. I'm like, I want to try it.
Meat? It tastes very similar to beef filet mignon. It's packed full of flavor and is also very lean, so it's important not to overcook it. Rare or medium rare is best. It was a hit with my family. See the caption for where to find high quality ostrich meat.
See, I want to raise some ostriches. What? If it tastes like filet mignon, heck yeah.
It might be easier to raise emus. I got a guy a few miles from me that raises emus. He says they do a mistake too. They're about half the size
right around the corner from me is a huge ostrich farm.
I promise you.
Yeah, huge,
I promise
dude.
you,
I mean, there had to be like 2,000 of them out there.
I promise you, if you've never raised animals, you do not want to start by raising large birds.
Yeah,
I know.
Emus are assholes, like just straight out.
I still
not
remember
nice creatures.
I got fucked up by an ostrich at Hogle Zoo in Utah when I was a little kid. Yeah, I was.
I was just thinking they're a little smaller than ostriches. It might be slightly easier.
Sarah, have you ever? Do you prefer squirrel or rabbit?
I mean, if I had to pick those two, probably rabbit.
See, everybody says that, but like squirrel is fucking delicious.
Sure, but a squirrel's really tiny compared to the type of rabbit I'd eat.
Where the fuck do you live, Q? Like in what state?
Indiana.
Huh.
You can get rabbit big enough to have a roast. A squirrel's like a little meat on a stick.
All right, well, like in stew, would you prefer rabbit or squirrel?
I mean, probably still rabbit.
Yeah, I kind of have to give it to you. Rabbit stew is way better than squirrel stew.
Now, if you found me a squirrel the size of a meat rabbit, then that'd be a different story.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro, this place that I used to go hunting, they had some big ass fucking gray squirrels. Like them some fat fuckers.
Dude,
cause
you reminded me. I grew up in Lake Tahoe, and we have these huge fucking gray squirrels all over the place up there. And it was funny because one morning as I'm fucking walking to the bus stop and shit, and I'm all the way up at the top of this hill, and I see this gray squirrel way down at the bottom of the hill, right? And he's just sitting on a little tree stump, and I was like, I picked up a rock to throw at him thinking, there's no fucking way I can hit him. So I was just actually, just going to try to fucking, scare him off or whatever. And anyhow, so I chucked it and it nailed that motherfucker. Just blam. I felt bad for the little dude. You know what I mean? Like he's just chilling, having a nice morning, and all of a sudden, blam. Just got a fuck.
When's the last time you got squirrel or rabbit? I'm wondering how bad they are out there. Like here, they're kind of full of worms anymore, and they're covered with ticks, fleas, and the plagues are just sweeping the landscape.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I was wondering if you hunted squirrel or rabbit lately. Are you finding them,
I mean, I haven't hunted in a couple of years, but my adopted dad every once in a while will be like, "Hey, we've got a bunch of animals that we can't all eat. You want some?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah."
Okay, because a few years ago it wasn't like this.
So you're telling me right now up in upstate New York, all of the squirrels and shit like that are fucking...
I don't know all of them, but I'm hearing that from a lot of people, and even your dogs. You try and take your dogs for a walk up around all the ponds, or it's like they're. We used to go fishing all night, and I'd come visit my dad, and you could lay up there. I never had problems with ticks or fleas or the mosquitoes, or you can't be out there anymore, man. The animals are dying. They're covered with ticks, and it's just horrible what's going on.
Sir, would you rather? What do you think is the better gun to hunt squirrel with, a 22 or a 410?
I haven't hunted since I was a little kid, so.
Well, some people can't do it with a 22, but if you can do it with a 22, it's better.
Yeah, I've that was the first gun that I went squirrel hunting with, and then when I was like 16, my grandpa gave me his 410. So I got really good at. Like my dad and my uncle would piss me off sometimes because they'd just be like, "All right, you're coming with us today," and I wanted to do something else, and then they'd have me sight in their
with a
fucking gun.
410, and there's meat left.
Yeah.
So just real quick, Leslie, have you heard about those fucking ticks that if they bite you, you'll get allergic to beef and meat and shit?
As far as I know, that's only in the South, but it's kind of red meat. It's another one of the plagues. Here, there's some other ones with the ticks that cause people to be all messed up, or the stupid disease that's going around that all the adulterers are catching. Where one day,
well, now we know what the fuck happened to Leslie. I'm just playing.
Yeah, why? No, it's really bad, man.
That motherfucker got bit by a tick. I'm just playing.
There's a couple of weird things going around. Yeah, you get bit by ticks here, you do have to worry. But you can't do nothing without getting ticks anymore. You go take a walk in the woods, and it wasn't like this when I was a kid.
Huh. Now it's like a major problem?
It's not as bad here as I'm seeing on other people's posts. They're saying some areas there's no birds left, there's no animals left, there's the fish are all dying again. I mean, when we were a kid, the fish were dying here, but it was from all the coal plants, and the acid rains. They stopped all that, and it all came back to life, and now it's all dying again from even the animals, from the ticks and all the molds and mildews in the water. You used to be able to go swim in the ponds and creeks. Now they're filled with algae and, I guess what they call frog spit and all that fills the ponds up. You wouldn't want to swim in them today. You'd also get leeches. You go swimming today. It's nothing like it was when a kid. The whole society is dying. They keep saying, it's part of evolution. We're not getting better and better. It's not all getting better. It's all dying. Everything is dying. Half the trees are dead. Some ash borer beetle come through here, so you're not allowed. And there's other ones too. The gypsy moths killed about half the trees here years ago, and now it's it's really getting bad. Almost have to send you a picture where I could show you half the forest is dead.
There's only a couple animals I haven't eaten, and that's just because I don't want to, like turtles and frogs. I don't want to eat a turtle because they're one of my favorite animals, but I also just don't eat things that swim, to be honest.
I get some huge fucking frogs out here in the middle of the fucking desert, dude. When the frogs come out, it's typically when we start getting our heavy rains, man.
Well, I wonder if that's part of what's wrong with the frogs. They say all the frogs are disappearing. But, the restaurants charge so much for frog legs, man. And these people, they're out there just raiding all the frogs is why there ain't no frogs.
No, man.
Might be something biological. But...
Have you ever
the frog? What?
Has anybody ever had frog legs?
I have.
I have. I was not a fan of them.
When I was a kid.
Everyone's like, "Oh, it tastes like chicken. It tastes like chicken." No, the fuck it doesn't.
Yeah, I tried rattlesnake one time.
Rattlesnake's pretty good.
Snake is good. Yeah, snake meat's good.
It was all right. They put it in like a KFC kind of breading or whatever, and it was all right. So yeah, I get those out here.
I get lots of snakes here in a way. There used to be a lot of rattlesnakes. There is down in Pennsylvania, but I have never seen a rattlesnake up in here, and I've been here 30 years or so more. But there's big black snakes, and I just leave them around, even in the garage and stuff, because they eat mice and rodents, and the rodents
Are they
bad
poisonous though?
No, the rattlesnake would be the most poisonous thing. Although there's black widow that could be poisonous too.
I get some.
Otherwise, there's not really poisonous critters here.
Yeah, no, I've only seen one scorpion since I've been in Arizona, and 2 big ass tarantulas once. And then
we don't have the fire ant problems or nothing that they're having in other places either down south of us. You go a few hundred miles south, and they're having problems. Even
I don't like pheasant.
Even some strange worm down there that's destroying everything.
Flies and mosquitoes make me wonder if Satan has the power to create shit. I'll say that.
Some of these are altered. They're genetically modifying these. There's mosquitoes over the snow piles anymore. You get like the wood piles, and you're going out there to gather wood. And there's mosquitoes in the winter now, and they've altered them with some kind of glyco, like snow fleas have or something. Because I don't ever remember mosquitoes in the winter. This is ridiculous. What's going on anymore?
You get mosquitoes in the winter, huh?
Yeah, you can. They come out whenever the snow fleas do. So, I mean, it's not dead cold. It gets to 50 below or something. I mean, you don't see them then. But if it's up anywhere maybe 20, 30 degrees, even just below freezing, yeah, there can be snow fleas and mosquitoes and everything out there again now. And it was never like this as a kid.
Yeah, fuck that. So you're living off the grid in fucking the winter, huh?
Yeah, that too. I heat with a wood stove, which is now banned in the state of New York, they say.
Are you fucking kidding me?
They're trying to ban the wood. So you can't build a new building and put a wood fire. Yeah, they're banning it. Just like cars, we have to have all gasoline engines or something off the road at some point. They're not going to sell them, I guess, after 2028 anymore. No more gasoline engines. The bus driver told me next year. He said next year and they made me take my cars off. I can't get an inspection on them because of check engine lights they don't like this gas. It's all ethanol gas, right? They put so much ethanol in there. The motors on these old cars weren't made for that. You destroy the motors. And I don't know what to say about what's going on.
Well,
how's the diesel shortages hitting you guys? We're not affected by the diesel shortages yet. Are you guys?
No.
Could be coming. They're still taking 10 million barrels a day out of the salt pits down there.
Sure.
And that's going to run out at some point if they don't collapse them all. They get them too low, right? They all collapse, and that's the end of the oil reserve place. Not that they'll ever fill them again.
What did silver do today?
Probably went down. We're still praying it sideways, right?
No, it went up a little bit. 59.07. I told everybody to buy at 55.
I started telling them a couple of years ago to buy it. There's parts of the Bible that in the second Exodus you get to buy land with silver, which would be when when Ephraim goes home to join Judah, they'll not just be put into their houses. You got silver and stuff because the dollar is going down, right?
Oh yeah.
And they're going to do something different. I don't know what's coming.
It's digital currency. It's Bitcoin. What do you mean you don't know what's coming?
Not if we're still buying land for silver in the second Exodus. I'd have to Google them verses, but
in the second Exodus, what are you talking about?
when Ephraim joins Judah in you see it mostly they're going to join under one leader in Ezekiel 37.
Ephraim already joined Judah. What are you talking about?
No, the armies, yeah, America and Judah are going to unite to beat back the Allies. And it's already started because this is Jeremiah 49 going down now. If not, Psalm 83 too is starting because Egypt's massing troops, Turkey's massing troops. This is the desolations are imminent, man. Syria's being, just a ruinous heap. It's becoming a ruinous heap, and that's going to go in an hour, right? Just like parts of America. Although, I would struggle with some interpretations of Mystery Babylon because I think that's more London, that we're under still the Vatican or the international. We don't control our dollar, they do. So it's the whole British American Empire. It's not America. And taking New York City out doesn't.
Reunited in
that's divergent of the point.
Hold on, I'm just asking my chat GPT a question. Has Ephraim and Judah been reunited? Where's the verse? Historically, no. Complete reunion occurred. After the kingdom of Israel split, Judah, the southern kingdom, consistently mainly the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, and some Levites. Israel/Ephraim, the northern kingdom, consisted of the other 10 tribes, with Ephraim being the dominant tribe and often used as a name for the northern kingdom. The split happened after Solomon's reign. So Israel rebelled against the house of David unto this day. 1 Kings 12:19. The northern kingdom, often called Ephraim, was conquered by Assyria in 722 BC. The king of Assyria did not carry away Israel unto Assyria. 2 Kings 17:6. Judah later went into Babylonian captivity but returned. The northern tribes did not return as a separate kingdom, although many Israelites likely remained in the land and some joined Judah. Prophetically, many Christians believe a future reunion is promised. Several prophets speak of a future restoration of Israel and Judah together. The most famous passage is, "Moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick and write upon it for Judah, then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thine hand." God explains, "I will make them one nation in the land of mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king to them all." Ezekiel 37:22.
Yeah, and that may be Trump or Bibi. It may be Trump. Trump's Jewish, so if we have to defend Jerusalem and the Jews, right?
I highly doubt it's going to be Trump.
You think Trump is Jewish?
Yeah, he was recognized as the first Jewish president. Even you can Google it. Google it.
You're fucking kidding me. He ain't Jewish, dude.
And we're over there united. Bibi's kind of in control at the moment. I mean, I don't know. Trump's in control of anything. He's kind of. I hate to say it.
Trump went to Fordham University, which is a Jesuit college. That's why he was selected a long time ago to be the president. That's why they had him on Oprah talking about what would you do if he was president. Because he was scripted for this fucking shit. That's what I'm saying. This shit's
he's also Jewish, and he's leading the armies of Ephraim, right?
He's not Jewish.
You better.
Is Donald Trump Jewish?
His daughter converted because she married a Jew.
Well, he has grandchildren that are Jewish too. You're right. His daughter married a Jew. That.
If you mean Donald Trump's father, that was Fred Trump. Fred Trump was not Jewish. He was the son of German immigrants and was raised in.
If I can get you a link here to this.
Huh?
Yeah, he's definitely not Jewish, and he's not leading us anywhere. He's got a better chance of being the
We are
Antichrist than he
united
does
with
leading us into
Israel
heaven.
over there
Yeah,
to
man,
fight right now.
he's definitely not the Antichrist either. He's, you know what I mean? The Antichrist, even Christians are going to be like, dude, you got to admire
I
it.
didn't say he's the Antichrist. I think that's hundreds of years away still.
No, I'm not saying he is. I said he's got a
Nuclear war
better
coming.
chance of being the Antichrist than the leading us anywhere heaven wants.
No, he's a Jesuit, dude.
You
know what I'm saying? He went to a Jesuit college. They are the Jesuits are the fucking CIA of the Catholic Church.
He's also a kid toucher, but no one wants to get into that.
Yeah, no, it's, he's all over the Epstein files. That says it all.
First
What
Jewish
else?
president.
What
Levin
else
praises
he
Trump
said?
during the White House. This link might work.
See, if America was
get
old school, like back in the, back before the what we call the founding fathers in school, I consider the founding fathers the actual Christians that came over on the Mayflower that fucking built everything before everybody else came over. Those are the real founding fathers, and they wouldn't even allow Catholics into this country because they knew how sneaky and devious them motherfuckers are. So, and if you check out Jack Chick's, all of Jack Chick and Chick publications on the Jesuits and what they're really all about, dude, they're fucking, that's why you got to understand.
There you go. You got a link in your chat there. That's I'll have to see if I can get it on the other one too. It's a YouTube where Levin is praising Trump as the first Jewish president.
Yeah, it's because they had a Hanukkah event. They were praising him because he supports Israel.
And
Which
he
supports
Israel.
bombing children.
What? He's the leader of the armies of Ephraim. He's the eagle. It's also the
Hold
eagle
on.
when you're reading.
Are you guys able to hear the audio?
No.
Yeah, that's okay. I got to refresh.
Yep. Mark Levin wasn't being literal, dude.
Yeah, Donald Trump's a giant waste of fucking space.
I think he's the one is possible that's going to unite us with Israel over there, and we're going to unite to battle back the Muslims.
I don't know what the big deal with you and Muslims are, but if I had to choose between a Muslim person and someone that willingly and openly bombs innocent children, I'll take the Muslim.
And that's what they do every day. They're bombing the Israelis. Look at October 7th. Look what they do to
so
the
it's
Jews
Israel, dude. The leader of Israel is proud
to kill every Jew, man. Palestinian chants, from the river to the sea.
My brother in Christ, the leader of Israel, is someone that is proud to bomb Palestinian children that have done nothing wrong.
That's such a bunch of shit because they're killing them children. Do you see
All
what
right,
they do to children?
go read your
they
fucking Republican bullshit and fucking stay blind then.
Wait.
Rape some of them
can
women
you give
to
me
death?
like one quote of him saying, "Yes, I love killing Palestinian kids"?
I could probably find it.
Why are you bugging?
The thing is, kids die in every war. It's just what differentiates it. Is it on purpose or not?
Which we both know it is, but
and
I have no evidence
Islam
that
is
it's on
constantly
purpose for that.
attacking Israel is because they're trying to kill off the Jews, and it's all around the world.
Even though
Europe's
Israel isn't
getting overrun
inherently
by
Jewish.
Islam, and they're killing Jews there and Christians and burning the churches too. Africa too. Look what they're doing to Christians and Jews. This is a serious issue.
Even though Israel isn't inherently Jewish.
Well, you might want to even go to Freedom Tower this year for 9/11 and see how it's an Islamic holy site now.
Brandon.
Yeah, hey Bob.
Hello. Just because Trump went to Fordham or Georgetown for 2 years doesn't make him a Jesuit. I don't think they'd take him on.
Well,
actually,
I
don't know. At first I heard some of that. So.
And he is a wall-humping cook as well. He is now. Well, he has been for a couple of years, actually.
Fucking piece of trash is what he is.
He might still be the one leader that Judah.
The whole thing is scripted, dude.
And so is the whole greater Israel. They're right. All the river between the Euphrates and the Nile, God is going to give to Judah and Ephraim, right? So there's a desolation. The whole Psalm 83 event is still coming, right? And so is this whole Jeremiah 49 has started. And you know, the second Exodus is before some of this happens, because in Isaiah 11, we see Ephraim and Judah too, also attacking Edom, which is Saudi Arabia. And we're gonna be attacking Elam too. It's this war. How can it not be this war that we're united with Judah to attack the Arabs?
But the
And
Jews are allied with Saudi Arabia.
What's that?
The Jews are allied with Saudi Arabia
At the moment, Jeremiah, the Bible says they're going to be laid waste till not a man or a beast is left alive there. The oil pits and you're going to become tar. I could dig up some of these verses for you. That's in the little 66.
Come on. Fucking Bruce. He's actually a black man.
I love Bruce.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah, it is my opinion that that's why Trump was on fucking Oprah talking about, I don't think I'd want to be president. I mean, how does it not? You know what I mean? Let me find that clip and tell me this shit isn't scripted, dude.
You're not going to actually say that Trump is the Antichrist, are you?
I'm not saying no.
No, what I was saying was we have a better chance of him admitting that he is the Antichrist than for him to do anything that heaven would want. That's what I was saying.
Not you, Q.
It is that we're attacking Elam, which is the whole Persian Gulf area and Iran. We're there to break them. We're going to break that horn, and now we're gonna break Turkey next.
You haven't broke Iran yet.
And he's also going to hide behind a bunch of files saying that he diddled fucking kids, but, he's a great president, right?
Judah has to kind of stand alone. Something serious could happen to America because Judah kind of stands alone. It's like they have to say the whole "Blessed be all those that come in the name of the Lord" speech before, that they get help in this war. And yet here is this war. And we're helping. We're the ones, the eagle, man. When you see the eagle flying over Edom and all this, and even that we get home, we're going to get lifted on the wings of the eagle, where everybody else in the world has to walk.
So you think America is in prophecy?
Yeah, everywhere we're Ephraim. British imperialism and all of that teaches that British Empire type stuff is Ephraim. But Jacob's blessing, Ephraim is the younger and the stronger, and he broke that yoke. So that was the Revolutionary War, where we broke the British Empire, and we're not actually their subjects, even though we kind of still are. But it's the end of the British Empire is what it's the end of, too. It's not just the American going down.
Just for the record, Bob, I believe that the place prepared in the wilderness for the bride of the Lamb during the second half of the tribulation would only be in the wild, wild west, baby.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm thinking places like here that we would get to come
America
back here.
is an empire.
America fits the description, dude.
And the eagle's going to carry the woman away there too, right? And that's us. We're going to fly back to the wilderness, man. They're going to, yeah.
So if I'm here for the calling up, I'm going to end up in USA, Texas, somewhere.
I don't know. This isn't the third of the world somehow that gets, eradicated, man, because, you get to Armageddon or even Ezekiel 38, 39.
What are you, like mid-trib then, or something there, Bob, or what?
Why are you sticking a label on me now?
I'm asking what your position is on the rapture.
It's gonna happen. I'll explain it on the way up, I think. No, I heard Mike Hoggard get asked that question. Are you pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib? And all he said was, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, there's kind of a third Exodus too, where all the Christians from all nations are gathered to Jerusalem and to Israel. That would be Ezekiel 34:11 through, where the great shepherd gathers his sheep, which is the Christians, because Jesus is the great shepherd, and he's going to gather them from all nations. And so this has to hurry because they're going to run out of Christians in some parts of Africa and the Mideast if you don't hurry up. And they're all going to get gathered too. And that's all pre-rapture, pre-end of the world tribulation. That's Christians from all nations. That could happen under Islam, even, that the global empire gathers all the Christians into one location. You know, it's interesting what could be coming based on some of those Bible verses.
What I find interesting is people who blindly praise Donald Trump even though everyone knows he fucks kids.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too.
Yeah, you got no proof of none of that.
Oh, we have plenty of proof.
Really?
We have plenty of proof, but he just doesn't want to fucking unrestrict the information on the Epstein files because his name was all over them.
All over them.
Yeah, billionaires hung out together as young guys. He threw.
They do. Are you kidding me? Have you ever heard?
It excuses
40 years ago or something.
So it excuses the fact that he diddled kids because he was a young man.
You got no proof he diddled
That excuses.
kids.
Oh,
But
dude, there's
didn't
plenty
you
of
diddle
proof.
kids when you were a young man.
No, because when I was a kid, I didn't want to fucking be around other kids.
There's no proof of that.
It's all right. You
False
can continue.
accusation.
You can continue to defend a pedophile.
Leslie, really
make
quick.
yourself look great.
Yeah.
Leslie, have I seen you on News Unit's channel before, if you don't mind me asking?
A couple times, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was you.
Kid raping asshole, but everyone thinks he's perfect.
Well, I don't know the guy, but I don't know this isn't all false accusation from the left either.
Oh yeah, it's a false accusation of the left that he raped kids on Epstein's Island. Totally.
Well, Hillary.
That's why he didn't
Bill
want to.
was there. Hillary was on. She was Secretary of State when she was on that fucking island. So what the hell's going on there?
Who was?
So it's only a problem when people that you don't want in office.
Bill Clinton. They were on Epstein's planes flying in and out of that island. You know, your last president has a little island there. His brother is from
my
Epstein
last president.
Island.
Who was my last president? Because last time I checked, I didn't vote for Biden or him.
Right. Well, Biden.
So
he take visits to his brother's.
Who was
island,
my last
supposedly.
president?
So 10 miles away, an island can be seen, because I can see Geneva from the lake, 30 some miles away from Watkins. So 10-mile island, you can see that. Biden didn't go to the other side of the island for 2 or 3 weeks to camp. He's incapable of it. He would.
So hey, let me ask you a question, Leslie. Where have I once defended Biden?
Well, I want to know how that makes Trump.
I think
not
you're
a
all.
pedophile.
Look at what Obama is accused of.
Yeah.
The whole pizza.
Where was I defending
Accuse
Obama?
them all. I don't know any of them. I think it could all be false accusations.
Where once have I defended Obama, Hillary's, or fucking Biden?
They're all in the same club, man. Leslie, you remember George Carlin's little deal? Yeah. Anyway, and this is where, this is the reality of the situation. In order to be in that club of the wealthy and powerful, you got to do some dirty shit so they got dirt on you, or you don't get behind the velvet rope, period.
I don't know. I know Sturge's pretty wealthy, and I don't think he diddles.
That's how their little satanic system of trust works, is I got dirt on you, and you got dirt on me, so now we can trust each other.
Huh.
You know what I'm saying?
They don't even do that, I don't think.
Well, if you've ever heard of the Franklin cover-up, that's where Ted Gunderson found out about all this satanic fucking shit a long time ago, and been spouting on it, and then wound up dead. So watch the Franklin cover-up, or even just some of Ted Gunderson's talk, who used to be the head of the FBI for the entire western quarter of the United States in charge of like an $81 billion a year budget or some shit like that. And I
we
mean,
also have Trump on an audio recording saying that it's okay to sexually assault women just because I have money, but no one wants to pay attention to that.
Well, he didn't say that.
Well, he said something akin to it. I'm just not going to repeat the exact
And,
wording.
I got to go to lots
He
of
said they'd
schools,
let you
and
do it.
all the jocks and the social elites used to talk shit. That's all they ever did was talk shit about which cheerleader they were banging. So, he's not far out of line from the rest of the social elites and the jocks.
And that makes him okay. That makes him a great president.
But that's how they talk. And you're talking, he got one comment about grabbing some woman's pussy, and that makes him a bad man.
He's got multiple comments, not just that.
And all his shit.
He's got a lot more than just that, my guy. You just don't want to see it because you think
It's
he's the
just
best
locker
president
room
since
talk.
fucking.
And
Oh
you've
yeah, it's
never
just locker
talked
room
shit
talk to
about
say
some
it's okay
woman
to
with all them
fucking.
jocks and the fucking
You're
social
right.
media.
I've never once admitted that it's okay to sexually assault a woman. You're right. You're damn right because I
Where
don't think
is
it's
that a
okay.
sexual assault? Did you believe he raped that woman in the what was it, the dressing room of this packed superstore too? Do you believe all this shit you're hearing on the news?
Just keep Trump's dick in your mouth, bro. It's fine. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
You believe anybody can
Well,
rape
I was
women
going
in
to say,
the dressing room?
I don't like Trump, but you're wrong on the last two things.
Q, you're a smooth talker.
I don't know him, but I think it's all false accusations.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just telling you, he definitely was all over the fucking Epstein files and good buddies with Epstein.
I don't know any young billionaire is innocent. I don't even know we're innocent. Are you innocent?
No, I'm not innocent, but I don't fuck kids. That's a whole
Definitely
different
innocent
issue.
on that
I
front.
don't know that. I mean, he was what, 20, and he may be banging some 16-year-old or something, or I don't know.
That makes
It's
it
even
okay.
16, right? And he threw Epstein out of his properties 20, 30, 40 years ago. So call him what you want.
Jesus
He was
Christ,
smart
dude.
enough
Let's
to
just keep making
tell Epstein
excuses
go
for people
away.
fucking kids.
Nobody's
It's
giving
crazy.
him excuses.
You
I
literally
think you're
just
all
did.
hallucinating. You're believing bullshit.
You literally
The news
just
is
did.
propagating. You're
You
believing
literally
bullshit.
just made an excuse for it, my guy.
You believe fake news. It's not.
It's fake.
If
Okay.
fake news says
Yeah.
something, doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, it's fake news. All right. Sure.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Plaintiff Johnson loudly pleaded with defendant Trump to, quote, please wear a condom. Defendant Trump grabbed his wallet, threw some money at her, and screamed that she should use the money to get an effing abortion. So remember when Elon Musk said this? Time to drop the...
Yeah, I mean, I
Is there any president that hasn't been a piece of shit?
Exactly. That's why I'm saying that it doesn't. Your vote, I can even prove to you in law, because of the fucking War Powers Act and the Trading with the Enemies Act and all these different fucking acts, that your vote don't mean a fucking thing, dude.
Yeah, but you know the difference between almost all presidents and the people that support Trump is at least most presidents, people weren't fucking defending the shit that he does and gets away with.
Yeah, nobody
That's the
defended
difference.
Obama's shit, or nobody defended Bill's shit. Everybody, the whole news article defended Bill's shit. He was doing it in the Oval Office, and everybody's defending him.
You remember that Malaysian Airlines disappearance? You guys remember that?
We're going deep now.
Yeah. So
Something
anyway,
wrong.
while that was occurring, Obama flew over to Geneva, Switzerland, and pardoned the Pope Francis, Pope Ratzinger, and the Bishop of Canterbury for child trafficking, having sex with children, and child murder, and went and acquitted, or went and fucking what's it called, where the president pardoned you, pardoned them.
Does anybody think all the Luciferian elites out there in Europe aren't doing the same things too?
I'm glad you got my joke, sir. I'm glad somebody laughed at it.
Yeah, ding bang ow.
Something wrong, we too low, ding dang.
Yeah.
Anyways, but no, this Jimmy Dore is a comedian that he gets pissed at all of the other comedians and shit because you're supposed to be, he's like, you're supposed to be like George Carlin and fucking telling the truth on this shit. So anyways, that's why I like Jimmy Dore's channel.
I'd still not rule out that he's going to be that one leader that unites Judah and Ephraim's armies into one stick. We're going to beat we're going to beat some ass. We're going to remove mountains, islands are going to disappear and shit when you read some of the verses in the Bible.
Well, that's when the Lord returns, when islands and mountains move and shit. That ain't gonna happen.
Well, that's like the Great Shaking. That's a far future event.
Well, I wouldn't, I mean, here's how I see the eschatology. First, we got to have an event that kicks the world into total chaos. So that's why, from what I see in Scripture, the next big event is that Damascus gets laid to ashes, is what the Bible says, which implies a nuclear attack. At that point, the whole world will turn on Israel.
What's interesting, if that's Isaiah, I think 17 you're talking there, the destruction of Damascus, if you read a couple verses down too, it's the same time that Ephraim loses its towers, whatever that means. All our towers are going to fall. We may lose our military at that point, or get bombed. Or maybe when we get bombed.
Well, let me
you should check your Discord.
Yeah, let me just finish my, So this is, kicks it off into World War III, and then that's when the man of peace will show up. That's the Antichrist. And then that's why the whole world's going to love this dude, is he's going to, get the whole World War III situation calmed down, and then he's going to start brokering the deal for the temple to be built in Jerusalem. And then, so then the day that we hear the decree made on, when it shows on the news, oh, hey, they're going to start building the new temple in Jerusalem. The deal is done. That's when you can click your fucking stopwatch, because the 7 years just started. Then in the middle of the 7-year period, when the temple's built, that's when he's going to commit the abomination of desolation. And now that second half, anybody that ain't going to call him God is going to die. Like Caesar wanted everyone to call him Lord, and that's what brought down the whole Roman Empire because of Jesus, because that's when everybody said, I'm not calling Caesar Lord. Jesus is Lord.
Well, in Islam, he's got to lead all them armies. So he's the Antichrist. He's got to lead all them Islamic armies against Jerusalem. So he's so he's going to fight. He's on the other side. Trump is going to fight with Bibi, and we're going to beat some Islamic shit, I guess, is what's going to happen, because we win this war, says the Bible.
Well, I think that Islam was created by the Catholic Church myself. It was,
and that's kind of the 2 feet, the whole Catholic, Islamo empire, Chrislam. They're kind of united even. They read the Quran at the Vatican now.
Okay, real quick, let's rip through this little, he's just going to pull some facts for you on old Trump. So we can get out of fucking, he's in the club, dude. Trump's in the club. They're all in the fucking club, and we ain't in the fucking club. You know what I mean? So, actually, you know what? Now I'm just going to do this. The sad reality. Boom. This is real right here.
Now, you see, when your identity is defined by society, you cannot resist it. You don't have the knowledge, you don't have the wisdom, you don't have the resources to understand that something's being put over on you. You cannot but help believe the definition of you as a free agent. But you believe yourself to be a free agent as a result of not being free. That is to say, of being hopelessly unable to resist society's identification of you.
There's a reason education sucks, and it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table to figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. By the way, it's the same big club they used to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged, and nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hardworking people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hardworking people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Yeah.
Who was in charge of Operation Warp Speed?
You know?
Fucking douchebag.
And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know that.
Anyway, you know, it sucks that George Carlin didn't come to the Lord, you know? Because that dude was, I saw him live 3 times, man. I love Carlin. So, but anyways. But yeah, that's just, you know, it's who you vote for doesn't mean a fucking thing. Either way, their agenda's going forward. It's nothing more than a fucking suggestion in the corporate box. That's all your vote is. And actually, every time you fucking fill out a voter registration card, on the back where it says, I certify under penalty of perjury that I'm a U.S. citizen. Right there, you just signed a contract. Them's adhesion terms. But it's disguised as a voter registration card. Sneaky motherfuckers. So this is why I keep trying to tell the atheists, it is not good that you're declaring yourself an animal. Because in law, animals can't own property. Because they are property. You don't want to declare yourself an animal. So quit fucking agreeing to it, atheists, because this shit ain't going to go well when you got the wrong dude in power. You know what I mean? That's why Hitler, made the Jews. Their whole hate the Jews campaign was to label them as rats, like animals. And then look at how they treated them in the death camps. Well, that's what's going to happen to everybody that fucking declares themselves an animal. because I believe in evolution provided to me by my education. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody just fall asleep on me. I don't get an
No,
aid, nothing.
I was just listening.
It's why it's a hustle, man. This whole fucking thing. That's why the Bible. I don't think there's one prophecy more clear in the whole Bible than Revelation chapter 17. The whore of Babylon is without a doubt the Catholic Church. The tares amongst the wheat, and then you have the Jews that call themselves Jews, but are
The Vatican is not a coastal city. It's not an empire kind of thing.
What are you talking about?
I mean, Vatican kind of controls the money along with the elites and all the gold and the whole British American Empire, but it's more like London is the whole financial center, and the although they would say Brussels now, but is the European elite squad or something.
So can you tell me any other location on the planet that happens to have a big world power church that is built on a city of 7 hills? You know what I mean? Because it says right here and the woman which thou sawest is that great city which reigneth over the kings of the earth. So
Well, a lot of people believe America is the mystery Babylon because we're the hammer of the whole earth, supposedly right now. But America, they bomb New York and they can bomb Washington, and it still doesn't really stop the dollar because we don't really control that. It's all out of London somewhere.
And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sitteth,
which are also the empires.
Well, Rome is known as the city of 7 hills or 7 mountains. There's a famous neighborhood in Las Vegas called 7 Hills, and the whole theme of the place is Rome. That's because Rome is known as the city on 7 hills.
This may be the last pope. This guy may be the Petrus Romano too. The Catholic prophecy.
I believe that the Antichrist is going to be a pope.
I believe he'll be the temple high priest. And the Antichrist will walk into the temple and declare himself God. It's that high priest that'll bring down fire from heaven. It's going to be the high priest of the temple in that time. Vatican, I don't believe Vatican and Catholicism survives this war. I think the Vatican's going down when London burns. They're going to take out the Vatican too. They have to kind of destroy the financial system.
Okay, but you know that the Vatican teamed up with the Rothschild family, right? Back in like 18.
And I know they're all kind of connected, even the elites and stuff, but it talks about all the ships are sitting out to sea. They can't trade. Vatican is not a coastal city. It has no deep ports.
What are you talking about? Where do you get coastal city anywhere in Revelation 17? You know what I mean? I don't know where the fuck you're pulling coastal city out of this. It doesn't talk anything about a coastal city. It's talking about a spiritual system. A she's, just like the bride of the Lamb is a she, and referred to as a she, the church. The whore of Babylon is a church. It's a she. You know what I'm saying? It's the same typology. And this is why, like the Jezebel, Delilah, those are pictures of Satan's bride. Satan's bride is a whore. Jesus's bride is a chastened virgin. So that's where the contrast. But anyways, she's the mother of harlots, which means she gives birth to all these false religious systems. That's why her first child was Eastern Orthodox, which is just, you know what I mean? Another brand of the same religious bullshit.
Hey, you want me to blow your mind right now?
Let's hear it.
Do you know who Columbia is?
Yep.
Yeah, the goddess Columbia.
Yep. You talking to the Statue of Liberty?
No.
Oh.
The only place I'm aware of the goddess Columbia is in a statue on top of the Capitol building. It is the personification of America. It is the god of America. And DC has 7 hills.
You got
Capitol
to
Hill,
go to
Meridian
Revelations
Hill.
18 to get to the where the mountain, all the ships are mourning.
One second, I'm trying to remember. Capitol Hill, Meridian Hill, Floral Hill, Forest Hill, Hillbrook, Hillcrest, and Knox Hill.
Hold on, let me check this out. Is Washington, D.C. built on 7 hills?
No, I'm not actually entirely sure. Those are literal hills.
Yes, Washington, D.C. has been described as being built on 7 hills, but this is not an official or universally recognized geographic designation in the way that it is for cities like Rome. The idea comes from the fact that the original city included several prominent hills. Lists vary, but they commonly include Capitol Hill, Jenkins Hill, Meridian Hill, Floral Hills, Forest Hills, Hillbrook, Knox Hill. Damn, you were right.
Yeah.
Unlike
the district of the Lady Columbia.
Well, it's to me, this is why, I'm looking at, we got a president that graduated from Fordham University. His vice president is a total just, outright Catholic. Then you got Trump putting all of these Catholics onto the fucking Supreme Court. We're almost Roman occupied, dude. Like, this is fucking just an extension of Rome. That's why we have the same Iron Eagle symbol. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I bring it up because Rome isn't really equated historically with a lady, but the District of Columbia is the district of the lady.
Interesting.
There's an awful lot of people I'm hooked to that believe America is Mystery Babylon.
Yeah, like Steven Anderson, the halfwit.
No, I mean, I get where you're seeing it, but it's, to me, this, all of the Masons are just another fraternal order of the Jesuits. The Jesuits are clever. They were, and they were formed for the Counter-Reformation movement. And their whole duty, if you read the Jesuit Creed, their entire duty, by hook or by crook, is to keep the Catholic Church in power. Because Rome, the military empire of Rome didn't die. It transformed into a religious empire.
There's another empire coming too, which is Revelations 13:2, where the leopard, the bear, and the dragon elect one man that speaks like a lion. And that should rise before the 10 kings even. That's kind of Daniel. It's the leopard there in Daniel. It's after the bear devours many.
Tell me the 10 kings that, don't have a kingdom, but have the power of a king. Tell me those aren't like corporations.
Well, there's 5 toes. I believe, the Roman Empire split into 2 pieces, even by the time they executed Pilate, right? In Augustus, I think it was, that ruled the east, and some Tiberius, I don't know which number, ruled the western area. And that's the 2 feet you see in Daniel 2, and the 10 toes. So I believe that would be 5 European nations and 5 Middle Eastern nations are going to unite under one leader, is my interpretation of that. And that's speculative, and they're going to unite to try and, even do away with this, because Israel's about to become the head and not the tail, right? That's the next thing too. But that could be BRICS coming, because Russia would be the bear. The leopard is this whole Islamic empire that's rising too. And, the dragon, they can call that China or the devil, whatever you want. They elect one man. And, that's Rev 13 too.
Something tripped me out when I went over to China, dude, is they they think 666 is a lucky number. So like they try to request a phone number with 666 in it. And it was
Wow.
fucking everywhere, all over the billboards, on storefronts, like where you paint shit, your phone number and stuff on the glass, and it was everywhere, dude. I was like, fucking, this is nuts, dude. I can't believe this. Yeah, they think it's a lucky number. Wow, that's fucked up. And
I
then
got
you
one of
guys
my
also
kids
have
the
a
last,
culture of dragons all over.
one of my kids' social security numbers ended in 666. And I tried to get it changed and they wouldn't change it.
That's fucked up. But no, and I find it odd that the Holy Spirit told Peter not to go preach in Asia and all of that.
Oh, he sent Thomas there. Thomas is the one that got killed in Asia. Is the one he was sold as a slave because he wouldn't go. So God had him sold off as a slave, and he died there in what some say India, even, but it's partly Asia.
Where did you get that from? Like, you know what I mean? What's your source on that? That Thomas went to China? Did Thomas, the apostle or whatever, go to China? The historical evidence does not support the idea that Thomas the apostle went to China. However, there is a very ancient and widespread Christian tradition that he traveled much farther east than the Roman Empire to India. Let's see. Did any of the apostles go to China? There's no reliable evidence that any of the 12 apostles personally went to China. Let's see. Didn't God forbid Peter to go to China to preach the gospel? No. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, wait. Isn't there a verse where God forbid Peter to go to Asia? No. That's all right, man. Now I'm having like a memory problem. Let's see here. Hold on. I remember a verse that it was either Paul or Peter that God told them not to go into Asia to preach the gospel. Can you find that verse for me? Yes, the verse you're remembering is about Paul, not Peter. Okay, now when they had gone through Phrygia, the region of Galatia, and were forbidden of the Holy Ghost to preach the word in Asia. Yeah, that is the verse I was thinking about. So, anyways, yeah, I think there's something to that. And then, China's building up to be the big world power that thinks that fucking kids are great.
Russia and the bear and China and the Iran even are all kind of connected. So would they be with Pakistan? Russia, Pakistan has a leopard for their symbol. And if Iran goes down, there's a chance Pakistan just moves right in there, right? Possibly that power vacuum. It's hard to say what's coming.
Has the Vatican been doing any negotiations with the BRICS nations? I'm just curious.
How long do you think it will take them to beat Iran because they're losing so far, aren't they?
Yeah, Iran's kicking America's ass, from what I hear.
Yeah. Because American military is shit anyway. But
Well, that's what happens when you fucking dumb down your entire society. Then you got a bunch of fucking retards to work with. Great. What a
And the
good
British
strategy.
too, and the French. I mean, nobody's there really. None of them have a military anymore.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. Let's hear his little speech. I'm calling.
We have a man. I have to take a
warning.
little time because every Saturday night used to be Sunday. Then he did so well that they put him on Saturday too. Saturday night. You know who I'm talking about? Because there's only one has Saturday and Sunday, and Saturday is considered Death Valley, but it's not death because of ratings. Nobody gets good ratings. Although actually my daughter-in-law is doing well, and you always did well. The great one, Mark Levin. And much more importantly, his much more brilliant wife. Where are you? There you are. Would you come on up here, both of you? Get up here. Get up here.
I feel like such a sucker now, though, dude, because the first time I ever bothered to even go and vote was for Trump.
Oh, they wouldn't let me vote.
And I
They
fucking.
let illegals vote, but they wouldn't let me vote.
Well, dude, I'm just telling you right now that that's what they want. That's what the Charlie Kirk fucking bullshit was all about, is to suck everybody into the political game, keep you distracted, and keep you fucking playing this retarded political fucking game that's all a fucking big show. You know what I mean?
This could all break. America could literally break. We could be over at the elections because the left is never going to accept the elections. Neither will the right. There could be, I hate to, it's ridiculous to say civil war because it's not North versus South, but something
that's
really bad.
exactly what they're doing. You know why? Because because we're gonna fucking tear up that Constitution ourselves.
There's a chance Trump could declare a national emergency and just call off the elections too.
Yeah, I don't think that ain't gonna go. That ain't in the script, dude.
I don't know. It'd be no different than when Zelensky did it.
Now they've got to swoon everybody into this whole one world government, one world religion.
We're going to unite with Judah. There in Ezekiel 37. It's also some other. Go to Isaiah 11:1. Even before the Psalm 83 nations are desolated, we're united with Judah. Although, like I said, there in Isaiah 17, a couple verses down from where Damascus gets leveled is where the towers of Ephraim fall. Right? So there's a chance we're in big trouble.
Oh, well, I mean, they have to. You know what I mean? This is how they work, man. It's fucking shock and awe. So they've got to create the problem so that they can come in and give us the solution.
You aware how many Islams there are on the tickets and that they're going to take the elections just like they do here in New York?
Well, that's exactly what cultural warfare is all about. And guess who's the best at playing that fucking game? The Catholic fucking Church. They know all about. You can go in and conquer a whole fucking nation just converting them to your fucking religion. Then you got spiritual authority over them, and they're giving it up free by their own free will. So yeah, that's why, I mean, it's cultural warfare with the Muslims. That's what they do. They move in, overpopulate the area, take over the voting, you know what I'm saying? And then boom, next thing you know, we're voting in Sharia law. And see,
you go anywhere near New York City, man, Islamic sirens go off 3 to 5 times a day everywhere.
Well, many nations on this planet have no idea that they're being punished by God for being wicked, because whatever laws that you obey, That's the God you worship. The laws reflect the God that society worships, because all law is spiritual. So that's why when you go into like a Saudi Arabia, their God is Allah, who has no mercy, submit or die. And so if you steal something, we cut your fucking hands off. That's how there's no mercy in that fucking legal.
That almost needs to come to America, though, that all these frickin' thieves. But it's funny there in Zechariah, the curse that goes forth over the face of the whole earth there.
But do you understand what I just said, though? And then you replied with fucking, well, America needs that? No, man. The heart of God's law is mercy.
Yeah, we have mercy on it. But that doesn't, I don't know what to say.
What I'm trying to get at is, if you're obeying the laws of some other God, then you're worshiping a different God. That's why law is something that people need to fucking pay attention to. You know what I mean? Our laws here in America reflect humanism, that man is God. And that's what we're worshiping now in this country, because we obey the laws. So that's where Christians are fucking failing miserably in this country. Because we're worshiping false gods and don't even realize it.
We're supposed to be one nation under God, but yeah, there's some
Correct.
issues.
Absolutely, but that's the problem when you're Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, all those guys were fucking Masons, dude. They were deists. And that's why they wrote, this whole thing for religious freedom. There's no religious freedom with God. Just look at the first commandment. It's
theocracy.
Yeah, God has nothing to do with religious freedom, but he allowed it because he's not going to force you to love him. And that's why those who came over on the Mayflower, they made a pact with God that this would be a Christian nation that would preach the gospel of Jesus Christ. And we ain't doing that today. So that's why, and I believe God is going to hold us to that oath. We're being held to that oath. And the fact that we're allowing all of these humanist fucking laws in this country is we are now full on idolatry.
There's some problems.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems. That's why God's going to give us the smackdown unless we get our head out of our ass and repent, like Nineveh.
Well, if Psalm 83 is coming, there's only about 1 out of 11,000 left alive there. Could be coming too. I think more of Zechariah, like a third of us are going away. But there's verses where, this is going to sweep, and one day you're going to wake up and all the evil is gone, including Zechariah, that the curse goes out until even every thief has been removed from the planet.
Well, we'll have to do an eschatology sometime, guys. Have a good night, Cerberus. So anyways, but yeah, I got to get going to bed myself. It's already almost 1 o'clock.
Yeah, take care, Brandon. Thanks for letting me on.
Yeah, come by again, Wesley. We'll have an eschatology talk.
There you go.
All right, man.
That's what I was here for.
Cool. Numi's fucking crashed out of sleep on us. Get rid of Numi. All righty. Let me get my bada boom. All right, what do I want to play? Here we go.
Great and fair is she our land, high of heart and strong of hand. Dawn is on her forehead still, in her veins youth's heroic thrill. Hers are riches, might and fame, all the earth resounds. sacrifice, the stars of honor dare, and by the road our fathers trod, we march to victory, to fight for freedom and for God, till all the world be free. In her roadstead's navy's ride, had she need of aught beside, or unseen before whose eyes nations fall and nations rise. Grant she climb not to her goal, all forgetful of the soul. Firm in honor be she found, justice armed and mercy crowned. America, America, speed on by sea and air. We take the stripes of sacrifice, the stars of honor dare, and by the road our fathers trod, we march to victory, to fight for freedom and for God, till all the world be free. Blessed in labor, blessed in ease, blessed in noiseless charities. Let her hold the light on high, men unborn may travel by. Might till still she then shall stand, molded by thy holy hand. Power eternal at whose call, nations rise and nations fall. America, America, speed on by sea and air. We take the stripes of sacrifice, the stars of honor dare, and by the road our fathers trod, we march to victory, to fight for freedom and for God, till all the world be free. Great King of nations, hear our prayer while at thy feet we fall, and humbly with united cry to thee for mercy call. While dangers like a stormy sea beset our country round, to thee we look, to thee we cried, and help in thee was found. With one consent we meekly bow beneath thy chastening hand, and pouring forth confession meet, mourn with our mourning land. With pitying eye behold our need, as thus we lift our prayer. Correct us with thy judgments, Lord, then let thy mercy spare. America, America, speed on by sea and air. We take the stripes of sacrifice, the stars of honor dare, and by the road our fathers trod, we march to victory, to fight for freedom and for God, till all the world be free. In case you're wondering or didn't know, there is just no danger from any foreign foe. It's carelessness and negligence to implicity and a confidence. Failure to scrutinize their conduct is why we're gonna leave our kids stuck. May the dupes of designing men be intelligent, be vigilant, persistent and militant. God gave you rights, you gotta press them. If they break their oath, we condemn them. Hey now, don't you see the play? They twist up words and they let astray. But when the people stand, the bow will break. The power of the truth
Constitution, the republic for which it stands. America, hold on to the Constitution. The fate of the world is in your hands. For if the American Constitution should fall, there will be anarchy and chaos everywhere. Greater men who risked it all for a dream aloft would weep great tears for how weak and soft, spoiled by luxury that we've become. Slaves are made and we shop for fun. Hey, now don't you see the play? They twist up words and they lead astray. But when the people stand, the power will break. The power of the truth is never fake. So hold to the rights God wove in your soul. Stand firm, stand strong, let liberty roll. So hold to the rights God wove in your soul. Stand firm, stand strong, let liberty roll. Hey, now don't you see the play? Hey, now don't you see the play? Hey, now don't you see the play?